Welcome to the Timeless Tales Library, where stories unfold like silk ribbons guiding you toward peaceful dreams. I'm Oliver, your host, and tonight I'll be sharing 6 hours of soothing Dracula tales reimagined to ease your mind and guide you gently towards sleep. The Timeless Tales Library is made possible by listeners like you. If you've found comfort here, please subscribe and help us continue creating these peaceful stories. As you settle in, comment below and let me know where you are in the world tonight, and share a place you dream of, a story taking you to perhaps the misty peaks of the Carpathian Mountains, a moonlit castle in Transylvania, the foggy cliffs of Whitby's English coastline, or a candle-lit study in Victorian London. Your ideas keep our little library glowing bright. Now, close your eyes and exhale slowly, letting the day's clamor dissolve like fog in the morning light. Tonight, you're stepping into the mist-woven hall of the Timeless Tales Library. This ethereal hall is shrouded in a soft, silvery mist that swirls gently around towering shelves of frosted glass. Each book hums with stories of forgotten realms, whispered dreams, and quiet adventures, their pages glowing faintly through the haze. The air is cool, with a delicate scent of rain and moss, calming your thoughts. Feel your body settle into the softness of your bed, your own tranquil corner in this misty hall. Release your fingers, your shoulders, your jaw. Let the gentle flow of the mist cradle you, soothing and serene. Wander through the shelves, letting the stories of the mist-woven hall drift into your mind, carrying you into a peaceful, dreamlike calm. Dracula's Quincy Morris and the Garden of Shadows. The evening mist had begun to settle across the Yorkshire moors like a soft grey blanket, and Quincy Morris found himself grateful for the warm glow spilling from the windows of Whitby Manor. The ancient stone building stood stalwart against the gathering dusk, its ivy-covered walls seeming to breathe with centuries of quiet stories. Morris adjusted his coat, a well-worn leather jacket that had seen him through many an adventure from the dusty plains of Texas to the fog-shrouded streets of London, and smiled to himself as he approached the manor's heavy oak door. He had come to Yorkshire at the invitation of his old friend Arthur Holmwood, who had inherited this particular estate from a distant relative. The telegram had been brief but intriguing. Strange goings-on in the garden. Could use your practical eye. Come when you can. Morris had never been one to ignore a friend's call for help, especially when it promised the kind of gentle mystery that his adventurous spirit craved without the harsh dangers he'd grown weary of in recent years. Still, as he stood before the looming entrance, he could not help but wonder what exactly Arthur considered strange. The door opened before he could lift the brass knocker, revealing Mrs. Pemberton, the manor's housekeeper, a woman of perhaps 60 years, with kind eyes and silver hair pinned neatly beneath a white cap. Her face brightened when she saw him. "Mr. Morris, we've been expecting you," she said warmly, her Yorkshire accent lending a musical quality to her words. "Lord Holmwood is in the library, but he asked me to tell you that dinner won't be for another hour. Perhaps you'd like to freshen up first? Your usual room is prepared." Morris touched the brim of his hat politely. "Much obliged, Mrs. Pemberton. You always take such fine care of a wandering Texan." His own accent, soft and drawling, seemed to wrap around his words like honey. "Though if it's all the same to you, I think I'd like to stretch my legs a bit first." That train ride from London has left me feeling a mite restless." The housekeeper nodded knowingly. "Of course, sir. The grounds are lovely this time of evening, though—" she paused, glancing toward the tall windows that looked out over the estate's rear gardens. "You might find the back garden particularly interesting tonight. Lord Holmwood mentioned you'd understand what he meant once you saw it." Intrigued, Morris thanked her and made his way through the Manor's familiar corridors. The house felt welcoming despite its Gothic architecture, high ceilings with exposed beams, stone walls softened by rich tapestries, and everywhere the gentle flicker of candlelight mixing with the warmer glow of electric lamps. It was a place where old and new existed in comfortable harmony, much like Morris himself, who carried both a Colt revolver and a deep appreciation for poetry. As he walked, memories stirred nights spent in these halls with companions now scattered by time and fate. He thought of long conversations by the fire, of debates that stretched until dawn, of laughter ringing against the ancient stones. Yet tonight there was something different in the air. The Manor's usual serenity felt touched by a subtle tension, like a violin string tuned just a bit too tight. He could not say why, but he sensed that whatever mystery awaited him in the garden was not mere idle fancy. With purposeful steps, Morris turned toward the tall French doors at the rear of the house, their glass panes faintly misted. Beyond them, the twilight garden lay, waiting shadows pooling between the hedges, the silhouettes of yew and rosebush rising like watchful sentinels. Somewhere in the distance, an owl called, its voice low and haunting, as though marking the beginning of some unspoken chapter. He paused at the French doors that led to the rear terrace, his hand resting on the cool brass handle. Through the glass he could see the formal gardens stretching away into the gathering darkness, but something was different tonight. The moonlight, though the moon was barely a silver crescent, seemed unusually bright, casting everything in an ethereal glow that made the familiar landscape appear dreamlike and mysterious. Morris stepped outside, breathing deeply of the cool evening air. It carried the sense of roses and jasmine, mixed with something else, something he couldn't quite place, sweet and exotic, like flowers that bloomed only in fairy tales. The stone terrace beneath his feet was smooth and worn by generations of footsteps, and he could hear the soft splash of water from a fountain somewhere deeper in the gardens. A faint breeze stirred the ivy along the walls, making a gentle rustling sound like whispered secrets. As he descended the wide stone steps, Morris found himself entering what felt like an entirely different world. The formal gardens he remembered from his previous visits had been lovely in daylight, neat hedgerows, carefully tended flower beds, and gravel paths that crunched pleasantly underfoot. But now, under this strange, luminous moonlight, everything had been transformed into something magical. The hedgerows seemed taller and more mysterious, their shadows creating archways and corridors that invited exploration. The flower beds, which during the day had contained the usual English garden varieties, now bloomed with flowers Morris had never seen before, blossoms that seemed to glow with their own inner light. petals that shifted from deep purple to silver as gentle breezes stirred them. The gravel paths had become ribbons of light, each small stone catching and reflecting the moonbeams like scattered diamonds. Even the fountain he had heard earlier shimmered strangely, the water leaping upward in silver arcs that broke apart into droplets glowing like tiny stars. "Well, I'll be," Morris murmured to himself, his voice soft with wonder. He had seen many strange things in his travels, from the northern lights dancing over the Canadian wilderness to ancient ruins hidden in Mexican jungles. But this garden felt different, not threatening or alien, but gently magical, as if he had stumbled upon a place where dreams took root and grew alongside the roses. He felt for the first time in many years a boyish excitement, an eagerness to see what secrets might lie just beyond the next turn of the path. He began to walk slowly along the main path, his footsteps barely audible on the luminous gravel. To his left, a bed of what appeared to be moonflowers had opened their large white blooms to catch the night air, and their sweet fragrance was almost intoxicating. To his right, climbing roses covered a tall trellis, but these roses were unlike any he had ever seen. Their petals were deep blue, almost black, with edges that seemed to shimmer silver in the moonlight. Some of the blooms appeared to shift in shade as he passed, as though the flowers themselves were aware of his presence, subtly tilting toward him like curious faces. As Morris continued deeper into the garden, he became aware of a soft sound, like gentle music playing at the very edge of hearing. It wasn't quite a melody, but rather a harmonious blending of natural sounds, the whisper of wind through leaves, the distant tinkle of water, the soft rustle of night creatures moving through the undergrowth. Every note seemed to vibrate through the air and into his bones, filling him with an inexplicable calm. It was deeply soothing, like a lullaby that nature itself was humming, coaxing him to trust the enchantment of this place. The path led him around a curve, and Morris found himself in a circular clearing dominated by an ornate fountain. The fountain was carved from what appeared to be black marble, its basin wide and shallow, with water that reflected the stars so perfectly it seemed as though pieces of the night sky had fallen to earth. The surface shimmered with a quiet brilliance, each ripple catching the light like a secret revealed for only a heartbeat. At the fountain's center stood a statue of a young woman in flowing robes, one hand extended as if offering something to visitors, her face serene and welcoming. Her features, though weathered by time, carried a grace that suggested more than mere craftsmanship. There was a liveliness about her stone gaze, as though she might lower her hand at any moment and speak. Morris approached the fountain's edge and sat carefully on its worn stone rim. The water was surprisingly warm against his fingertips when he dipped them in, and tiny ripples spread outward, disturbing the reflected stars and creating patterns that seemed almost like writing in an ancient, beautiful script. For a moment he leaned closer, half convinced the ripples were trying to form words meant for him alone, a message hidden within the living surface of the water. "This is Arthur's mystery, I reckon," he said quietly to the statue, feeling oddly companionable toward the carved figure as if she were an old friend he was greeting after a long absence. Though I have to say, it's about the most peaceful mystery I've ever encountered, and I've seen my share of strange things in this world. As if in response to his words, the garden around him seemed to grow even more luminous and welcoming. The mysterious flowers opened a little wider, their glow intensifying to a soft radiance that was never harsh or overwhelming, but rather seemed to embrace visitors with gentle light. The soft music of the night grew more distinct and beautiful, and Morris could now make out what sounded like distant voices, not words exactly, but the kind of gentle murmuring that might drift from a gathering of old friends sharing quiet conversation on a perfect summer evening, voices full of warmth and contentment, and the deep satisfaction that comes from being exactly where one belongs. The statue's expression seemed to shift subtly in the changing light, and Morris could have sworn he saw the faintest suggestion of a smile cross her carved features, as if she were pleased that he understood the true nature of this place. Her extended hand seemed to be offering not just welcome, but a kind of blessing, an invitation to leave behind the worries and tensions of the everyday world and simply exist in this moment of perfect peace. He leaned back slightly, supported by his hands on the fountain's warm stone edge, and gazed up at the star-filled sky that stretched endlessly above the garden like a vast canvas painted with points of silver light. The air was perfectly still, warm despite the lateness of the hour, and filled with the mingled fragrances of all those impossible flowers that bloomed here in defiance of season and botany. For the first time in months, perhaps years, Morris felt completely at peace. The restless energy that usually drove him from one adventure to another, the constant need to be moving toward the next horizon or the next mystery, had settled into something deeper and more satisfying, a sense of being exactly where he belonged, exactly when he belonged there, with no need to be anywhere else or anyone else. Time seemed to move differently in the garden, flowing like honey rather than racing past like the urgent tick of clocks in the modern world. Morris couldn't have said if he sat by the fountain for minutes or hours. The concept of measured time seemed irrelevant in this place where eternity felt present in every moment. The night remained gentle and warm, the stars bright and constant overhead, the mysterious flowers continuing their soft luminescence in a rhythm that seemed to match the slow, peaceful beating of his own heart. Occasionally, he would hear what sounded like footsteps on the gravel paths, not hurried or alarming, but slow and peaceful, as if other visitors were also wandering through this enchanted space, each finding their own quiet corner for contemplation and renewal. At one point, Morris thought he saw a figure moving between the shadowy hedgerows, tall and elegant, dressed in clothes that seemed to belong to an earlier century. The figure glided with such grace that it almost seemed to float above the gravel path, the trailing hem of a gown shimmering faintly before vanishing into the folds of shadow. But when he looked more directly, there was nothing there but the gentle play of moonlight and shadow. Rather than being unsettled, he found this oddly comforting, as if the garden held the peaceful spirits of all those who had ever found solace in its beauty. The presence, whether imagined or real, felt like companionship, a quiet reminder that he was welcome here. "You know," he said to the statue, who continued to gaze serenely outward with her hand extended, "I think I'm beginning to understand why Arthur wanted me to see this. It's not really strange at all, is it? It's just perfect." "Ah." The statue, of course, didn't answer, but Morris thought he detected the slightest shift in her expression, as if she were pleased by his understanding. A trick of the light, perhaps, but the notion comforted him nonetheless. He smiled and rose from the fountain's edge, feeling drawn to explore more of this magical space, like a traveler wandering deeper into a dream. The path led him past more wonders, a grove of trees whose leaves rustled with silver sounds despite the absence of any breeze, each note like the faint ringing of distant bells. A small pond where lilies glowed like fallen moons on the dark water, their reflections trembling as though stirred by invisible hands, and an arbor covered with vines that produced clusters of blossoms shaped like crystal lanterns, which chimed softly when touched by the night air. Each sight filled Morris with a deeper sense of tranquility, as if the garden were gradually washing away all his accumulated tensions and worries, smoothing the rough edges of a life too often spent in struggle and uncertainty. In a particularly quiet corner, he discovered a stone bench positioned to overlook a small valley that stretched away from the manor. The bench was worn smooth by countless sittings, its surface cool beneath his palms, and Morris settled onto it with a grateful sigh. From here, he could see the entire garden spread below him, a tapestry of silver light and gentle shadows, with the mysterious flowers creating pools of radiance that seemed to pulse faintly, like the heartbeat of the earth itself. For a long moment, he simply sat in stillness, breathing deeply, feeling as though he had been allowed into a sanctuary where time itself slowed and the world's harshness could not intrude. As he sat there, Morris became aware that he was not alone. Gradually, almost imperceptibly, other figures had begun to appear in the garden. They moved slowly and peacefully along the paths, some pausing to admire particular flowers, others sitting quietly beside the fountain or on other benches scattered throughout the grounds. None of them seemed threatening or even particularly solid. They had the gentle transparency of moonbeams, and their presence added to the garden's atmosphere of peaceful companionship, rather than creating any sense of unease. Their movements were graceful, unhurried, as though time meant nothing here. Morris found himself thinking of Arthur's letter, and he smiled to himself as understanding dawned. This wasn't a problem that needed solving, or a mystery that required investigation. This was a gift, a place where the boundary between the everyday world and something more magical had grown thin, creating a sanctuary where weary souls could find perfect rest and renewal. In this moment, he felt that Arthur hadn't summoned him to solve anything at all, but to share in something wondrous, something words on paper could never fully convey. One of the translucent figures drifted closer to his bench, an elderly man in the dress of a Victorian gentleman, complete with top hat and walking stick. His form shimmered faintly, as though painted from mist and starlight, yet his eyes held warmth and quiet intelligence. The figure tipped his hat politely to Morris, who touched the brim of his own hat in return. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, two gentlemen from different eras sharing the same appreciation for the garden's peaceful beauty. "Mighty fine evening," Morris ventured softly, and though the ghostly gentleman didn't reply in words, Morris felt a warm sense of agreement emanate from him, a shared sentiment that required no sound. More time passed in this gentle communion. Morris watched the mysterious flowers slowly dim and brighten in rhythm with some celestial pulse he couldn't quite perceive. The fountain continued its soft singing, and the stone paths continued to gleam with their own inner light. Occasionally, other translucent visitors would pass by his bench, ladies in gowns with parasols, children chasing one another without sound, even a soldier in faded uniform, each acknowledging his presence with a courteous nod or a gentle smile before continuing on their peaceful wandering. As the night deepened, Morris found his eyelids growing heavy. The garden's profound tranquility was working on him like the most effective sedative, but without any of the artificial drowsiness that came from sleeping draughts. Instead, he felt as though he were being cradled by the night itself, surrounded by beauty and kindness, ready to sink into the kind of deep, restorative sleep he hadn't experienced since childhood. His head drooped slightly, and he let out a long, contented sigh. The ghostly Victorian gentleman rose from the bench with fluid grace, tipped his hat once more to Morris, and glided away down one of the silver paths. As he departed, Morris thought he heard, soft as a whisper on the wind, "Sleep well, my friend. The garden will watch over you." Morris settled back against the bench more comfortably, using his rolled-up coat as a pillow. The stone beneath him, though cool, seemed to mold itself gently to his form, as though the bench had long been waiting for him to rest upon it. Above him the stars seemed to pulse gently, each point of light breathing in harmony with the garden below. The mysterious flowers began to dim their glow to a soft, barely perceptible luminescence, just enough light to keep the darkness from being complete, but dim enough to encourage peaceful slumber, like a room thoughtfully prepared for bedtime. The entire garden seemed to exhale, as though easing into rest along with him. As he drifted towards sleep, Morris became aware of a presence settling beside him on the bench. Without opening his eyes, he knew it was the statue from the fountain. Somehow, impossibly, she had left her pedestal to sit with him. He didn't question it. In this place, the impossible felt natural, even expected. Her presence was warm and maternal, wrapping around him like a blanket of comfort. He felt her gently brush a strand of hair from his forehead with fingers that were somehow both marble cool and infinitely tender, carrying the paradox of stone and flesh in one touch. "Thank you," he murmured, his voice slurred by drowsiness. He wasn't sure if he was speaking to the statue, to the garden itself, or to Arthur for bringing him here. Perhaps it didn't matter, the gratitude was real, and the garden seemed to receive it. The response came not in words, but in a sensation of complete acceptance and peace, a tide of serenity that washed through every corner of his weary mind. The garden embraced him like an old friend, and Morris felt himself sinking into the kind of sleep that heals both body and spirit. Around him the ghostly visitors continued their gentle wandering, their translucent forms now little more than faint glimmers, adding layers of comfort and protection to his rest, like guardians of dreams. As consciousness finally slipped away, Morris's last awareness was of the fountain's soft music, now joined by what sounded like a distant choir, humming a lullaby in harmonies that seemed to include every beautiful sound he had ever known, his mother's voice singing him to sleep as a child, the wind through Texas bluebonnets, the gentle laughter of friends around a campfire, the whisper of pages turning in a beloved book. Each note folded into the next until it became a single endless tone of love and memory. And then, cradled by starlight and stone, Morris surrendered himself fully to dreams. The garden held him through the night, and his dreams were filled with silver paths and glowing flowers, with kind faces both solid and translucent, and with a sense of belonging that went deeper than any adventure he had ever sought in the waking world. He wandered in those dreams along corridors of moonlit hedgerows, each turn revealing wonders that shimmered between memory and imagination. The glowing blossoms whispered soft secrets to him as he passed, their petals shifting colors like ripples of dawn across the horizon. He saw figures who were not strangers but companions of the heart, some he had known in life, others perhaps never met yet instantly familiar. There was his mother, her face radiant and young again, humming the lullaby that had comforted him as a boy beneath the vast Texas sky. There were old comrades from the frontier, men who had ridden beside him through hardship and laughter alike, their spectral hands raised in greeting as though no years had ever parted them. And there were others unknown souls who nonetheless filled him with quiet warmth. A young woman laying a wreath of flowers upon the fountain's edge, an old sailor gazing upward with eyes that reflected constellations, a child who darted past with laughter that seemed to echo the stars themselves. All of them shared the same tranquil purpose, moving with ease as though the garden were their eternal home. Through it all, Morris felt not like a visitor, but like someone returning to a place he had always belonged. The sense of homecoming was profound, striking him deeper than the thrill of any faraway land he had ever explored. For once, he did not have to prove himself, or fight, or wander. The garden welcomed him simply as he was, weary yet open, and in that acceptance he found the sweetest rest. When morning came, Morris awoke naturally and refreshed on the stone bench, covered by a warm blanket that Mrs. Pemberton must have brought out during the night. The blanket carried the faint scent of lavender soap, grounding him gently in the ordinary world. He sat up slowly, blinking at the sunlight spilling across the valley. The garden in daylight was lovely but perfectly ordinary, neat hedgerows trimmed with precision, familiar English flowers nodding in the morning breeze, gravel paths that were simply gravel, and no longer bands of silver light. The fountain at the heart of the clearing was still elegant but unremarkable, the statue of the young woman unmoving once more, her hand forever extended in stone. And yet, though the visible magic had faded with the stars, the memory of the night remained as vivid as the warmth of the rising Sunday. It lingered not just as a recollection, but as a presence within him, a deep current of calm that thrummed beneath the surface of his thoughts. He knew without question that he would carry that sense of peace with him wherever his travels might take him. Arthur found him there as the sun cleared the manor's chimneys, bringing a cup of hot coffee and wearing an expression of amused understanding. His appearance was as carefully composed as ever, coat brushed, cravat neatly tied, but there was a lightness in his step that suggested he, too, had felt the garden's blessing in his own way. "So," Arthur said, settling beside his friend on the bench, "what did you think of our garden mystery?" Morris accepted the coffee gratefully, feeling the heat seep into his hands. He took a long, appreciative sip before answering. "I think," he said slowly, his Texas drawl more pronounced than usual in the morning quiet, "that it's not a mystery at all. It's a blessing. And I think anyone who finds their way here when they truly need it will understand that right away." Arthur nodded, satisfaction evident in his smile. "That's exactly what I hoped you'd say. The locals have been talking about strange lights and ghostly figures, wanting me to bring in investigators or clerics to cleanse the place. But I suspected it was something much more benevolent than that." "Much more," Morris agreed, taking another sip of coffee and gazing out over the now ordinary garden with deep contentment. "This is a place where tired souls come to rest, Arthur. It would be a crime to disturb that." They sat in comfortable silence for a time, as the morning sun climbed higher, warming the air and awakening the everyday sounds of birds and insects. The ordinary rhythms of life returned. The chatter of sparrows in the hedges, the hum of bees already busy among the blossoms, the distant creak of a cartwheel on the road beyond the manor. And yet, beneath these familiar sounds, Morris felt the echo of the night's music, the silver harmonies, the lullaby of voices and wind. It was as though the garden had two truths, one for the day, practical and mundane, and another for the night, shimmering and eternal. Arthur eventually spoke again, his tone thoughtful. "You know, I used to worry that inheriting this place was more burden than gift. Old houses demand upkeep, and old families come with expectations. But the garden, well, it has changed my mind. I think it was meant to remind me that not everything we inherit is trouble. Some things like this are blessings passed quietly from one generation to the next." Morris nodded. "I reckon it's the kind of inheritance that doesn't sit in a bank or hang on a wall, something you don't own so much as you keep in trust. A place like this. It feels like it belongs to everyone who's ever needed it, and to everyone who ever will." Arthur's smile deepened. "Precisely. Which is why I won't allow any so-called cleansing. Let those who come here with suspicion stay away. The garden will welcome those it chooses." Morris chuckled, stretching his legs and savoring another sip of coffee. "You sound near poetic, Arthur. Holmes would have raised an eyebrow to hear you talk like that." "Perhaps," Arthur admitted with a laugh. But then, perhaps some mysteries are best approached with reverence rather than deduction. The words settled between them like a shared vow, and they lapsed again into silence. Morris found his gaze lingering on the fountain, ordinary now but still touched with memory. He recalled the statue's tender touch upon his brow, the choir of sounds that had lulled him into the gentlest sleep, whether dream or reality hardly mattered. What mattered was the peace it had given him, a peace he had not realized he was so desperately missing until he found it. As they rose at last and made their way toward the manor for breakfast, Morris felt a lightness in his step, an easing of the constant restlessness that had carried him from one corner of the world to another. He realized he did not need to chase adventure endlessly, nor prove himself by facing danger. What he truly sought was not in foreign lands or perilous quests, but in places like this, pockets of tranquility where the soul could breathe. The garden had taught him that true rest was not idleness but renewal, not escape but return. It was a lesson more valuable than any treasure, a gift he would carry into every road ahead. And as he finished his coffee and prepared to join Arthur for breakfast, Quincy Morris felt more rested and renewed than he had in years. The Garden of Shadows had worked its gentle magic, and he was ready to face whatever adventures awaited him, secure in the knowledge that peace would always be there when he needed it, glowing softly in the moonlight, tended by kindly spirits, and as eternal as the stars themselves. Renfield's whispered nocturne, in the quiet hush of a moonlit evening, where the world seemed draped in a silken cloak of indigo and silver, there lived a man named Renfield. He dwelled within the ancient walls of a grand old asylum, perched like a silent guardian on the edge of a sleepy English countryside. The asylum's weathered stone facade, softened by centuries of creeping ivy, seemed to breathe with the secrets it held, each leaf whispering tales to the wind in a language only the night could understand. The building stood as a sentinel of solitude, its towers catching the moon's pale glow, casting long, lazy shadows across the rolling fields beyond. Renfield, a gentle soul with a heart attuned to the subtleties of the dark, found solace in this place. His mind was a garden of curious wonders, where thoughts bloomed like night flowers, jasmine and moonflower, unfurling their petals under the watchful stars. Unlike those who thrived in the clamor of daylight, Renfield preferred the tranquil embrace of twilight, when the air grew cool, heavy with the scent of earth and dew, and the world slowed its hurried pace to a rhythm that matched his own heartbeat. Renfield's room was a haven of serenity, a small sanctuary carved from the chaos of the world. Its walls, painted in soft hues of cream, were adorned with faint cracks that told stories of time's gentle passage. A single, modest window framed the sky like a cherished painting, its panes catching the light in ways that made the ordinary extraordinary. On cooler nights, those panes were etched with delicate frost, patterns that sparkled like lace woven by winter's breath. But tonight the glass was clear, polished to a crystalline sheen, allowing the moon's gentle radiance to spill across the worn wooden floor in shimmering pools of white. The light danced softly, casting intricate shadows that swayed like a slow waltz, inviting peace into every corner of the room. Renfield sat by this window, his posture relaxed, his hands folded gently in his lap, fingers interlaced as if holding a quiet prayer. He listened to the night's soft symphony, a distant owl's hoot, low and mournful yet comforting, like a friend's familiar voice. The rustle of leaves stirred by a breeze that carried the faint, grounding scent of dew-kissed earth and blooming heather. His eyes, kind and reflective, like twin pools of moonlight, gazed out into the garden below, where shadows moved lazily among the flower beds, their edges softened by the mist that clung to the air like a delicate shawl. The garden itself was a realm of enchantment, enclosed by high stone walls that kept the outside world at a gentle distance, allowing only the stars and moon to peer in with their benevolent glow. Roses and lavender bloomed in quiet abundance, their petals catching the moonlight in hues of silver and purple, while the gravel paths wound like ribbons through the greenery, crunching softly underfoot in a rhythm that soothed the soul. Renfield's gaze lingered on a cluster of night-blooming cereus, their creamy blossoms glowing faintly, as if lit from within by the dreams of the earth itself. He felt a kinship with this place, a connection to its stillness, as though the garden were an extension of his own tranquil spirit. As the clock in the asylum's grand hall chimed softly, its tones muffled like a lullaby sung by time itself, Renfield felt a peaceful stirring deep within his chest. It was not the restless urgency of the wakeful, nor the clamor of a mind seeking distraction, but a gentle invitation from the night, a whisper that beckoned him to step into its serene mysteries. The chimes, low and resonant, seemed to blend with the pulse of the evening, each note a ripple in the calm pool of his thoughts. He rose slowly, his movements deliberate and unhurried, as though savoring every moment of transition from stillness to motion. Slipping into a soft woolen robe, its fabric worn smooth by years of quiet evenings, he felt its weight drape around him like a comforting hug, its fibers warm and familiar against his skin. The floorboards beneath his feet creaked ever so faintly, a sound as soft as a sigh, each note a familiar echo in the stillness of the asylum. These creaks were not jarring but reassuring, like the whispered greetings of old friends who knew his every step. Stepping into the corridor, Renfield moved with the grace of one who had memorized the building's every nook and shadow, each curve of the walls a map etched in his heart. The asylum at night was a cathedral of profound quiet, its long halls bathed in the subtle amber glow of lantern light, dimmed to mere embers, casting a warm haze that softened every edge. The air was cool, carrying the faint scent of aged wood and polished stone, a fragrance that spoke of permanence and peace. Nurses and attendants slumbered in their quarters, their breaths a quiet rhythm that harmonized with the night's stillness, while the other residents of the asylum dreamed their own gentle dreams, their minds adrift in worlds of their own making. Renfield's footsteps were soft, barely disturbing the silence. As he glided through the corridor like a shadow given form, his presence as unobtrusive as the moonlight itself. He paused at a heavy oak doorway leading to the garden, his hand resting lightly on the cool brass handle, its surface smooth and reassuring beneath his fingers. The door opened with a sigh, a sound as gentle as a breath exhaled by the night itself, and a rush of fresh air greeted him, carrying the intoxicating aroma of blooming night jasmine, its sweet perfume mingling with the earthy musk of damp soil and the faint tang of moss. The breeze brushed against his face, cool and invigorating, yet soft, like a caress from the night, inviting him to step fully into its embrace. Renfield crossed the threshold, his heart light, his senses alive to the tranquil beauty of the world beyond the walls. The garden stretched before him, a sanctuary where time seemed to pause, and every sight, sound, and scent conspired to weave a spell of serenity, guiding him and you, dear listener, toward the gentle arms of rest. The garden was a sanctuary of serene tranquility, its high stone walls standing as silent guardians that held the clamor of the outside world at bay, permitting only the gentle gaze of the stars to peer inside. Towering hedges, their emerald leaves shimmering with the soft silver of moonlight, formed intricate, gentle mazes that invited exploration without urgency. Pathways of smooth, pale gravel wove through the greenery, crunching softly underfoot in a rhythmic, soothing lull that seemed to echo the heartbeat of the night itself. Renfield wandered along one such path, his steps deliberate and unhurried, the coolness of the earth seeping through his thin, worn slippers, grounding him in the moment. He drew in a deep breath, savoring the fragrant air, a delicate blend of lavender wafting from a nearby bush, intertwined with the rich, earthy musk of moss that clung to ancient stones, their surfaces softened by time and weather. In this peaceful, secluded realm, Renfield's thoughts turned to the small, nocturnal creatures that shared the quiet hours with him. He felt a profound kinship with these unobtrusive inhabitants of the dark, not in any rushed or demanding way, but as fellow travelers in the calm, expansive embrace of the evening. Kneeling beside a dense cluster of ferns, his fingers gently brushed their soft, feathery fronds, and there, hidden in the shadowed undergrowth, he glimpsed a tiny spider weaving its intricate web. The delicate threads gleamed like spun silver, catching the moon's pale rays in a mesmerizing geometric pattern. Renfield watched, utterly captivated, as the spider moved with patient, deliberate grace, each slender leg placing a strand with exquisite precision. "How beautifully you craft your home," he murmured, his voice a low, gentle rumble that blended seamlessly with the night's subtle chorus of rustling leaves and distant owl calls. The spider seemed to pause, as if acknowledging his quiet presence, before resuming its meticulous work. Renfield's lips curved into a warm, serene smile, the expression softening the lines of his weathered face. Rising slowly, he continued his leisurely stroll, the gravel path guiding him toward the garden's heart, where a small, tranquil pond lay nestled like a hidden gem. Its glassy surface was a perfect mirror, reflecting the vast heavens above, with clusters of lily pads floating like emerald islands scattered across a starry sea. Frogs croaked in a low, rhythmic hum, their calls weaving a soothing melody that reverberated faintly across the water, blending with the gentle lapping of tiny waves against smooth stones. Renfield settled onto a weathered wooden bench nearby, its surface polished smooth by years of quiet contemplation. He dipped his fingers into the pond's cool edge, feeling the water ripple gently around them, sending delicate waves that shimmered in the moonlight, kissing the mossy stones with a soft, whispering touch. As he lingered there, the night seemed to deepen its tender embrace, the stars twinkling like distant fireflies suspended in the boundless velvet sky. Renfield's mind drifted into a dreamlike reverie, where memories and imaginings wove together like ivy climbing ancient walls. He thought of far-off lands, of mist-shrouded castles perched on rugged cliffs, where the wind sang haunting melodies through crumbling turrets, and the moon stood watch over eternal peaceful slumbers. In his gentle fancy, he saw himself as a solitary traveler in those distant realms, not chasing adventure or conquest, but wandering through halls of echoing tranquility, where every shadow cast by flickering torchlight was a soft invitation to pause and rest. The garden around him seemed to pulse with the same timeless calm, its quiet beauty a mirror to those imagined worlds. A faint flutter broke his reverie, a moth, its wings dusted with pale, powdery white, alighted on a nearby cluster of night-blooming jasmine. Renfield extended his hand slowly, palm open in a gesture of peace, and the moth, sensing no threat, settled there for a fleeting moment. Its delicate antennae quivered, and he could feel the faint, warm pulse of its tiny body against his skin. "Little one," he whispered, his voice barely audible, "you dance through the night with such effortless grace. Teach me your quiet, unhurried ways." The moth lingered briefly, as if sharing a moment of silent communion, then lifted off in a lazy, spiraling ascent, vanishing into the soft shadows. Renfield watched it go, a profound sense of connection warming his heart, as if the creature had imparted a secret of serenity, a whispered lesson in the art of simply being. Time in the garden flowed like a slow, meandering river, unhurried and eternal. Renfield rose from the bench and followed a winding path deeper into the verdant embrace of the greenery, where an ancient oak tree stood as a steadfast sentinel, its gnarled branches spread wide, like protective arms offering shelter to all who sought refuge beneath them. The ground below was carpeted with a thick layer of fallen leaves, their crisp edges cushioning his steps with a soft, rustling sound. Leaning against the oak's rough trunk, Renfield felt the textured bark through the thin fabric of his robe, a tactile comfort that anchored him to the earth. Closing his eyes, he tuned his senses to the tree's subtle language, the gentle creak of branches swaying in the breeze, the whisper of leaves like pages turning in a forgotten book of ancient tales, each sound a thread in the night's quiet tapestry. In this moment of profound stillness, Renfield's thoughts turned inward, aligning with the gentle rhythms of his own being. His breath came slow and steady, in perfect harmony with the pulse of the night. He imagined his worries as leaves caught in a gentle wind, each one drifting away, lighter than the last, until his mind became a clear, tranquil pool, reflecting only peace. The asylum, with its cold stone walls and hushed corridors, felt like a protective cocoon, shielding him from the world's relentless clamor. Here, in the garden's tender embrace, he was free to simply exist, to let the night weave its soothing spell around his weary soul. The stars above seemed to whisper their approval, their light a gentle reminder that even in the vastness of the universe, this quiet corner of the world was enough. As the moon ascended higher in the velvet sky, its pale glow casting elongated shadows that stretched like languid, sleepy fingers across the dew-kissed lawn, Renfield felt a gentle tug drawing him back toward the sanctuary of his room. He moved with unhurried steps, his bare feet brushing the cool grass, pausing now and then to marvel at the delicate beauty of a dewdrop trembling on a rose petal, or the faint, flickering glow of a firefly hovering in the distance. The night air wrapped around him, crisp and refreshing, a soothing blanket that whispered of rest and quietude. The stars above twinkled faintly, as if sharing secrets with the moon, and Renfield's heart felt light, unburdened by the weight of the day. Back inside the asylum, the corridor greeted him with its familiar dimness, the soft glow of a single lantern casting gentle patterns on the stone walls. He closed the garden door behind him with a tender click, the sound a quiet promise of seclusion. Returning to his modest room, Renfield slipped out of his worn robe, the fabric sliding softly against his skin, and eased into bed, where the sheets welcomed him with a cool, inviting embrace. He lay back, his head sinking into the downy pillow, and turned his gaze once more toward the window. The moon had shifted in its celestial dance, its silvery light now spilling through the panes, painting a luminous path across his blanket, as if inviting him to follow it into dreams. His eyelids grew heavy, weighed down by a peaceful fatigue that settled over him like a gentle tide. The night's tranquil adventures replayed in his mind not as bursts of excitement, but as a tender lullaby of fleeting images, the intricate lace of a spider's web glistening in the moonlight, the soft ripples spreading across the pond's surface, the delicate flutter of a moth's wings against the night air. In this serene, almost sacred state of surrender, Renfield drifted toward the delicate precipice of sleep, his body unwinding with a gentle grace, limb by limb, each muscle softening into the welcoming embrace of the mattress. His breath deepened, slow and rhythmic, each exhale a quiet release of the day's lingering burdens, unraveling the knotted threads of cares that had clung to him. The world beyond his asylum window dissolved into a profound, velvety hush, as if the night itself had paused to honor his repose. The sturdy stone walls of the asylum stood as silent, steadfast guardians, shielding his dreams from the chaos of the waking world. As slumber claimed him fully, Renfield felt enveloped in a deep, unshakable calm, a sanctuary where every shadow transformed into a gentle companion, every faint whisper a soft, sacred promise of rest and renewal that cradled his weary soul. Yet the night held far more for Renfield in the boundless, ethereal realm of dreams, where his gentle wanderings continued, unbroken and serene. In his sleep, he found himself standing in a vast, mist-shrouded forest, where ancient trees loomed like wise, benevolent sentinels, their gnarled branches reaching skyward, crowned with leaves that shimmered with an ethereal silvery light. This light seemed to pulse with a quiet life of its own, casting a soft glow that danced across the forest floor. The ground beneath his bare feet was a lush carpet of moss, cool and cushioned, cradling each step as though the earth itself were in quiet communion with his soul. No path marked his way, yet Renfield felt no trace of uncertainty, only a profound, instinctual certainty that the forest, with its whispering boughs, would guide him to where he was meant to be. The soft rustle of leaves overhead formed a gentle map for his soul, a melody of tranquility that urged him onward. Fireflies danced around him, their golden glow weaving a delicate, rhythmic pulse that seemed to echo the steady, comforting beat of his heart. He extended a trembling hand, and one firefly alighted on his fingertip, its tiny light warm and reassuring, a beacon of hope in the gentle, enveloping dark. "Guide me through this quiet night," he whispered, his voice barely stirring the still air, and the firefly bobbed in silent agreement, its glow pulsing softly as it led him deeper into the woods. The air was rich with the mingled scents of pine, damp earth, and wildflowers, a soothing blend that wrapped around him like a silken shawl, easing his every step and filling his lungs with a tranquility that seemed to seep into his very bones. Each breath felt like a sip of calm, grounding him in the moment, tethering him to the forest's timeless serenity. As he wandered, the dense canopy of trees gradually parted to reveal a clearing bathed in a cascade of moonlight, its glow soft yet radiant, illuminating the scene like a painter's dream brought to life. In the center of this sacred space stood a grand, ancient castle, its spires piercing the star-strewn sky with graceful elegance. This was no cold, foreboding fortress. Its weathered stones were draped in lush, cascading ivy, warmed by the moon's tender, silvery light, exuding an aura of invitation rather than intimidation. Renfield approached the towering gates, their ironwork intricate and ancient, and they opened with a low, resonant groan, like a sigh of welcome from an old, cherished friend. Inside, the castle's halls unfolded before him in a labyrinth of quiet splendor, their walls lined with intricate tapestries that depicted serene, dreamlike landscapes, rolling hills bathed in twilight's gentle glow, rivers flowing languidly through verdant valleys, their waters catching the glimmer of distant stars in their glassy depths. He wandered these halls, his footsteps echoing softly, a comforting rhythm that reverberated through the vast quiet space. Candles flickered in ornate wrought iron sconces along the walls, their flames steady and low, casting a warm, golden hue that intertwined with the moon's silver light, creating a delicate interplay of warmth and coolness. In one spacious chamber, he discovered a library filled with ancient tomes, their leather-bound spines embossed with faded gold, whispering stories of peaceful eternities and forgotten wisdom. Renfield sank into a plush armchair, its soft, worn fabric enveloping him like a warm embrace, and opened a volume at random. The words flowed like a gentle stream, weaving tales of nocturnal beings who lived in harmony with the night, their lives a delicate tapestry of quiet joys and unspoken bonds that resonated deep within him. Each page seemed to hum with a quiet energy, drawing him further into a world where time held no dominion. As he read, the castle seemed to breathe with him, its ancient stone walls pulsing faintly with an unseen, living rhythm that mirrored his own heartbeat. Bats fluttered overhead, not in chaotic frenzy but in slow, graceful circles, their wings a soft, soothing hush against the still air. One bat alighted nearby, perching delicately on the arm of his chair, its dark eyes gleaming with a curious, gentle kindness. Renfield extended a hand, and the creature nuzzled it softly, its touch light and fleeting, sharing a moment of silent understanding that felt like a sacred vow. "We are all creatures of the night," he murmured, his voice a quiet hymn that blended with the castle's stillness, feeling a deep, resonant kinship that warmed his soul and tethered him to the eternal calm of the darkness. The bat's presence was a reminder that he was not alone, that the night was a shared sanctuary for all who sought its embrace. Leaving the library, Renfield ascended a spiral staircase, each step a slow, deliberate ascent into a higher plane of serenity. The stone beneath his feet was cool and smooth, worn by countless unseen wanderers before him. At the top, a balcony overlooked the forest, offering a breathtaking panorama of misty treetops swaying gently in the night breeze, their outlines softened by a veil of silver fog. Beyond, distant mountains loomed, their peaks shrouded in mystery, their slopes bathed in the moon's tender glow. The wind here was a soft, silken caress, carrying the faint melodic chime of wind bells from somewhere far below, their notes weaving through the air like a lullaby. Renfield leaned against the balustrade, letting the breeze tousle his hair, his mind adrift in peaceful contemplation, free from the weight of thought or worry. In this dreamlike castle, time held no sway. Hours or minutes passed in blissful indifference, each moment a pearl strung on the thread of eternity. Renfield explored further, his curiosity leading him to a hidden garden within the castle's walls, where night-blooming flowers unfurled their petals in slow, graceful motion, as if bowing to the moon. Roses of deepest crimson glowed under its light, their thorns softened by glistening dew that sparkled like tiny stars. He knelt to inhale their fragrance, a rich, velvety scent that filled him with a profound tranquility, as though the roses themselves were whispering secrets of peace. Bees, sleepy and gentle, hummed around the blooms, their buzz a low, resonant vibration that seemed to echo through his very being, grounding him in the moment. At the garden's heart, a fountain bubbled softly, its crystal-clear water catching the moonlight and refracting it into 1,000 delicate prisms. Renfield trailed his fingers through the cool surface, watching ripples spread outward in perfect concentric circles, each one carrying away a fragment of wakefulness, dissolving the boundaries between dream and reality. The sound of the water was a perpetual lullaby, soothing his thoughts into a state of pure, unadulterated relaxation. He lay back on the soft grass nearby, the blades cool and tender against his skin, and stared up at the stars peeking through the canopy above. Constellations formed intricate patterns of ancient myths, but tonight they wove stories of rest and renewal, their light a gentle promise that the night would always hold him close. As the dream deepened, Renfield sensed a presence, a shadowy figure that moved with ethereal grace, cloaked in darkness that felt warm and enveloping, like a blanket woven from the night itself. It was not a figure to fear, but a guardian of this dream world, its form indistinct yet profoundly comforting. The figure approached slowly, its steps silent, its presence a balm to his soul. "Rest now, Renfield," it whispered, its voice like silk brushing against skin, smooth and soothing. "The night holds you safe in its arms, a sanctuary where no harm can reach you." Renfield nodded, his body growing heavier with contentment, sinking deeper into the earth's gentle embrace, his heart slowing to match the rhythm of the night. The castle faded gently around him, its ancient stone walls and ivy-covered spires dissolving into swirling tendrils of luminous mist that shimmered with an otherworldly glow. The mist enveloped him, soft and warm, carrying him gently toward the edge of wakefulness, or perhaps guiding him deeper into the embrace of an even more profound slumber. He awoke briefly in his bed, the moon casting its silvery, watchful glow through the asylum's narrow window, painting the room in hues of quiet mystery. The boundary between dream and reality was blurred, its edges soft and unimportant, as if the two realms had agreed to coexist in harmonious ambiguity. His limbs felt heavy with a serene peace, his mind a tranquil sea, its surface undisturbed by even the faintest ripple of thought, as though the world itself had paused to let him rest. Renfield closed his eyes once more, surrendering to the lingering echoes of his dreamlike adventure. The remnants of the castle's ethereal beauty lulled him back into repose, wrapping him in a cocoon of calm. The asylum's silence enveloped him, broken only by the distant hoot of an owl or the soft rustle of leaves beyond the window. The garden's rich scents, damp earth, blooming jasmine, and the faint musk of moss lingered in his memory like a fading perfume, grounding him even as they tugged at the edges of his dreams. Sleep came like a gentle tide, washing over him in waves of serenity, each one deeper, more enveloping, and more comforting than the last. In that restful state, he knew with unshakable certainty that the night would always be his ally, a realm of calm wonders, waiting patiently to embrace him again whenever he sought its solace. Yet, even as sleep claimed him fully, the story of the night unfolded in subtle, shimmering ways, weaving itself into the fabric of his slumber. In the depths of his dreams, Renfield wandered through vast fields of luminous fog, where the air pulsed with the weight of unspoken dreams. Each particle of mist glowed faintly with possibility, as if holding fragments of stories yet to be told. Fireflies returned to guide his path, their tiny lights twinkling like stars that had fallen to earth, their gentle dance a quiet promise of safety and companionship. He walked without destination, each step a release from the burdens of the waking world, each breath a sigh of contentment that seemed to merge with the very air around him, blending his essence with the dreamscape. He came upon a river, its waters flowing slowly, their surface catching the moonlight in a cascade of silver ripples. The river murmured ancient secrets to banks lined with graceful willows, their slender branches draping low, their leaves brushing the water's surface like delicate fingers trailing through silk. Renfield sat by the river's edge, the cool grass soft beneath him, and dipped his toes into the silken current. The water's gentle pull against his skin was a tender reminder of the world's quiet, eternal rhythms, a soothing contrast to the chaos of his waking thoughts. Fish glided beneath the surface, their scales flashing silver in the moonlight, moving in harmonious schools that spoke of unity and peace. Their motions were a silent ballet, a choreography of grace that unfolded beneath the waves, mesmerizing in its simplicity. As he sat, the river seemed to whisper to him, its voice a soft lullaby woven from the sounds of flowing water and rustling leaves. The willows swayed gently in the night breeze, their branches casting intricate shadows that danced across the ground, mirroring the fluid movements of the fish below. Renfield felt a profound connection to this dreamscape, as if he were not merely a visitor but a part of its very essence. The air was alive with the hum of unseen life, crickets singing in the distance, the faint flutter of moth wings, the soft sigh of the wind through the trees. Each sound, each sensation, wove together into a tapestry of tranquility that enveloped him, offering a sanctuary where time held no sway and worries dissolved into the mist. In this dream world, Renfield was free, not bound by the walls of the asylum or the constraints of his troubled mind. The river, the willows, the fireflies, and the luminous fog were all extensions of a deeper truth, that within the quiet of the night there existed a boundless realm of peace, ready to cradle him whenever he surrendered to its call. And so he lingered by the river, letting its gentle current carry away the last fragments of his restlessness, knowing that this dreamscape would remain eternal and unchanging, waiting for his return. Further along, the river widened into a vast, still lake, its surface a perfect mirror reflecting the night sky, so flawless that it seemed he could step into the stars themselves. A wooden boat waited at the shore, its weathered planks rocking softly on the water's gentle swell. Renfield boarded it, lying back as it drifted out onto the lake, the motion rhythmic and soothing, like a cradle rocked by unseen hands. Above, the moon smiled down, its light a benevolent guardian, casting a silver path across the water. The boat's gentle sway synced with his heartbeat, lulling him into a deeper state of relaxation, his thoughts dissolving into the night's embrace. In this aquatic dream, whispers rose from the water, soft, melodic voices of the night creatures, sharing tales of eternal calm and quiet joys. Owls called from distant trees, their hoots a melody of reassurance that wove through the air, blending with the soft lapping of the lake against the boat. Renfield's eyes grew heavy, the boat's motion a hypnotic rhythm that carried him further into peace. He let go of all thought, surrendering completely to the night's embrace, feeling safe, serene, and utterly at home in its quiet depths. As dawn's first hint approached, not with urgency, but with a soft, rosy blush on the horizon, Renfield's dreams shifted gently toward the quiet promise of morning. He found himself back in the asylum garden, the night-blooming flowers closing their petals in contented sleep, their colors softening in the pre-dawn light. The air was fresh with mist cooling his skin and carrying the faint scent of dew-kissed earth. He walked the garden paths one last time, his steps slow and deliberate, bidding a gentle farewell to the night that had cradled him so tenderly. Returning to his bed in the dream, he pulled the covers close, the fabric soft and warm, a final embrace from the night. The world outside hushed completely, even the wind pausing in reverence for his rest. Renfield sighed deeply, his body melting into the mattress, every muscle releasing its hold, every thought dissolving into silence. Sleep wrapped around him like a loving shroud, profound and undisturbed, a cocoon of peace that held him gently. And so, in this peaceful, dream-woven conclusion, Renfield rested, his nocturnal adventures a bridge to tranquil slumber. The night, with its gothic whispers and serene shadows, had guided him and you, dear listener, toward the gentle arms of sleep. Let your eyes close now, your breath slow to a quiet rhythm, and drift into your own calm dreams, where the night waits to weave its quiet wonders around you. Dracula's Arthur Homewood's moonlit garden. The sun's final light, a soft and encompassing amber, settled over the manicured grounds of Ring Estate, drawing across the shoulders of the countryside like a comforting woolen blanket. From the high windows of his private study, Arthur Homewood watched the last, lingering golden rays of daylight filter through the ancient, gnarled oak trees that had guarded his ancestral home for centuries. He pressed his hand against the glass pane, its cool surface a stark contrast to the warmth of his skin, and felt the faint, pleasing vibration of the evening breeze as it stirred the tenacious ivy climbing the manor's thick stone walls. The familiar scent of old wood and polished leather filled the air around him, a silent testament to generations of Homewoods who had stood in this very room, watching the sun set over their land. Arthur had always found a profound sense of peace in these hushed, transitional moments, that sacred, quiet space between the bustling energy of day and the deep stillness of night. It was as if the world collectively paused, holding its breath before surrendering to the soft and gentle embrace of the evening. But tonight, a particular kind of stillness called to him, a poignant, gentle invitation that seemed to emanate from the direction of the walled garden beyond the sprawling terrace. It was Lucy's garden, the one he had painstakingly and lovingly restored in her memory, where pure white roses bloomed in perfect, careful rows, and the lavender released its heavy, drowsy fragrance into the cooling air, a fragrant ghost of a joy long past. The young Lord of Ring, with the kind of unhurried grace that had always defined his movements, turned from the window. Arthur Holmwood was a man who understood the profound value of taking his time, of allowing each fleeting moment to unfold naturally, unmarred by the harsh, demanding press of urgency. His dark hair, thick and tousled, caught the warm, flickering lamplight as he reached for the well-worn woolen coat hanging beside the door, a deep burgundy garment that had been his father's, its fabric now soft and pliable with age, carrying the faint, comforting scent of sandalwood and autumn leaves. The coat's weight on his shoulders felt like a familiar and trusted friend, offering not just warmth but a sense of continuity and connection to the past. As Arthur stepped out onto the cool stone terrace, the evening air, now a gentle, invigorating caress, enveloped him. The sky above was rapidly deepening from a pale, watery gold to the softest shade of twilight purple, and already the first faint stars were beginning to emerge, scattered across the gathering velvet darkness like newly forged diamonds. The sprawling grounds of Ring Estate stretched out before him, vast, peaceful, and quietly welcoming. Winding gravel paths, meticulously maintained, caught the last fleeting light of day and held it like captured starshine, each polished stone gleaming faintly in the encroaching gloom. The walk to the garden was a journey Arthur had taken countless times before, a familiar ritual of the day's end. But tonight it felt different, more purposeful, more ceremonial, as if each step held a deeper significance. His footsteps made a soft, rhythmic crunch on the gravel as he followed the familiar path, past the marble fountain where water trickled in a constant, soothing murmur, a sound that was the very heartbeat of the estate. He walked past the ancient bronze sundial, its weathered face now touched with the first ethereal silver light of the moon. The air was now thick with the drowsy, gentle sounds of evening, the subtle, persistent rustle of leaves overhead, the distant, mournful call of an owl from the deepest part of the woods, and somewhere in the unseeable darkness, the soft, telling splash of a fish rising in the estate's small, placid lake. Each sound was a note in a peaceful, quiet symphony, and Arthur felt himself becoming part of it. The garden gate, its dark wood weathered by countless seasons, stood slightly ajar, as if it too were patiently waiting for his arrival. Arthur pushed it open with a gentle, reverent touch, and the old hinges yielded with only the softest whisper of protest, a sound barely audible above the evening breeze. Beyond the gate lay Lucy's garden, now fully bathed in the ethereal, silvery light of the rising moon. The white roses seemed to glow with a kind of inner luminescence, their delicate petals, soft as silk, curved inwards like sleeping birds. The dense lavender bushes released their calming aromatic fragrance with each passing breath of wind, a scent that promised solace. The carefully tended paths, now ribbons of crushed pearl in the moonlight, wound like gentle, slow-moving rivers between the perfect plantings, leading him deeper into the heart of this sacred space. It was a place of memory, of love, and of a quiet, enduring beauty that time could not diminish. Arthur stepped into his sanctuary, a garden that felt like coming home, where every leaf and petal carried the weight of memory and love. Here, among the flowers he had chosen and planted with his own hands, he could sense Lucy's presence not as a piercing ache of loss, but as a gentle, comforting embrace, like a hand resting softly on his shoulder, or a voice humming just beyond the reach of hearing. This garden was his tribute to her memory, a living testament to their shared moments, but it had grown into something more profound, a haven of healing, a space for quiet contemplation, where the sharp edges of grief had been softened by time and the tender care he poured into the earth. Tonight, Arthur had come with a purpose, a quiet mission that felt both sacred and grounding. In his coat pocket, carefully wrapped in delicate tissue paper, were the bulbs he had ordered from Holland's snowdrops and crocuses, small promises of life that would push through the cold earth in spring, heralding the first whispers of renewal as winter's icy grip began to loosen. The thought of planting them now, under the gentle cover of darkness, filled him with a deep, quiet satisfaction. There was something profoundly peaceful, almost holy, about the act of placing these dormant seeds into the soil, trusting in the ancient, unbroken cycle of nature that would coax them into bloom when the time was right. Arthur knelt beside the flower bed where the white roses grew in their orderly rows, their petals glowing faintly under the moonlight. The earth beneath his knees was soft and yielding, still holding the lingering warmth of the day's golden sunlight. He had brought a small trowel, its handle worn smooth from years of use, but he set it aside, preferring instead to work with his hands. The cool soil crumbled between his fingers, rich and alive, as he carefully prepared small holes for each bulb. The work was meditative, a ritual that required no thought beyond the simple, timeless rhythm of dig, place, cover, a cadence as old as humanity itself, connecting him to generations of hands that had turned the earth before him. As he worked, Arthur's mind drifted, carried on gentle currents of memory that lapped at the shores of his consciousness like waves on a quiet beach. He remembered Lucy's laugh, bright and musical, like the chime of silver bells ringing through a still morning. He saw her moving through these very gardens when they were first laid out, her white dress flowing behind her like a stream of light, her hands trailing delicately along the tops of the flower bushes as she walked, her touch as tender as a breeze. These memories, once sharp enough to cut, now brought a bittersweet comfort, like flipping through old photographs in the soft glow of candlelight, each image softened by time yet vivid in its warmth. The moon climbed higher in the velvet sky, casting its silver light over the garden and transforming it into something otherworldly. What had been merely beautiful in the daylight became magical in the silver darkness, a place suspended between dream and waking. The white roses, luminous and ethereal, seemed to float like ghostly butterflies above their stems, their petals catching the moonlight in a quiet dance. The lavender bushes, fragrant and shadowy, became pools of scent and mystery, their purple blooms muted but potent in the cool air. Every leaf, every petal, every blade of grass shimmered with moonlight, creating a world that felt alive with quiet magic, a space where time seemed to pause and breathe. A soft breeze stirred through the garden, rustling the leaves and carrying with it the rich scents of the countryside beyond hay drying in distant fields, the faint tang of wood smoke curling from cottage chimneys, and the clean, crisp smell of dew beginning to form on the grass. Arthur paused in his work, his hands still in the soil, and breathed deeply, savouring this cocktail of autumn scents. His shoulders relaxed, the tension of the day melting away, and his breathing slowed to match the gentle rhythm of the night around him. The world felt vast yet intimate, as if the garden held him in its quiet embrace, whispering of cycles and seasons, of loss and renewal, of love that lingered in the roots and blooms he tended with such care. Arthur stepped into his sanctuary, a garden that felt like coming home, where every leaf and petal carried the weight of memory and love. Here, among the flowers he had chosen and planted with his own hands, he could sense Lucy's presence not as a piercing ache of loss, but as a gentle, comforting embrace, like a hand resting softly on his shoulder, or a voice humming just beyond the reach of hearing. This garden was his tribute to her memory, a living testament to their shared moments, but it had grown into something more profound, a haven of healing, a space for quiet contemplation where the sharp edges of grief had been softened by time and the tender care he poured into the earth. Every corner of the garden bore some trace of their lives together. The archway where climbing roses twined thickly had been her suggestion, a romantic flourish she insisted would make the entrance feel like stepping into another world. The gravel paths crunching softly underfoot were ones they had laid together on a sunlit afternoon, laughing when the wheelbarrow tipped too far and spilled its load. Even the stone bench by the pond carried her memory, for she had sat there for hours, sketchbook on her knees, trying to capture the play of light on water. Though Lucy herself was gone, her essence lingered in the very design of the place, and Arthur often thought the garden breathed with her spirit. Tonight, Arthur had come with a purpose, a quiet mission that felt both sacred and grounding. In his coat pocket, carefully wrapped in delicate tissue paper, were the bulbs he had ordered from Holland's snowdrops and crocuses, small promises of life that would push through the cold earth in spring, heralding the first whispers of renewal as winter's icy grip began to loosen. The thought of planting them now, under the gentle cover of darkness, filled him with a deep, quiet satisfaction. There was something profoundly peaceful, almost holy, about the act of placing these dormant seeds into the soil, trusting in the ancient, unbroken cycle of nature that would coax them into bloom when the time was right. The bulbs were small, unassuming things, pale and papery in his palm, yet within them lay a hidden certainty, the inevitability of green shoots, the unfurling of fragile petals, the soft defiance of life returning when all else seemed still. Arthur knelt beside the flower bed, where the white roses grew in their orderly rows, their petals glowing faintly under the moonlight. The earth beneath his knees was soft and yielding, still holding the lingering warmth of the day's golden sunlight. He had brought a small trowel, its handle worn smooth from years of use, but he set it aside, preferring instead to work with his hands. The cool soil crumbled between his fingers, rich and alive, as he carefully prepared small holes for each bulb. The work was meditative, a ritual that required no thought beyond the simple, timeless rhythm of dig, place, cover, a cadence as old as humanity itself, connecting him to generations of hands that had turned the earth before him. As he worked, Arthur's mind drifted, carried on gentle currents of memory that lapped at the shores of his consciousness like waves on a quiet beach. He remembered Lucy's laugh, bright and musical, like the chime of silver bells ringing through a still morning. He saw her moving through these very gardens when they were first laid out, her white dress flowing behind her like a stream of light, her hands trailing delicately along the tops of the flower bushes as she walked, her touch as tender as a breeze. These memories, once sharp enough to cut, now brought a bittersweet comfort, like flipping through old photographs in the soft glow of candlelight, each image softened by time yet vivid in its warmth. The moon climbed higher in the velvet sky, casting its silver light over the garden and transforming it into something otherworldly. What had been merely beautiful in the daylight became magical in the silver darkness, a place suspended between dream and waking. The white roses, luminous and ethereal, seemed to float like ghostly butterflies above their stems, their petals catching the moonlight in a quiet dance. The lavender bushes, fragrant and shadowy, became pools of scent and mystery, their purple blooms muted but potent in the cool air. The pond near the bench mirrored the heavens, its surface still except for the occasional ripple of a passing breeze or the dart of a night insect touching briefly upon the water. Every leaf, every petal, every blade of grass shimmered with moonlight, creating a world that felt alive with quiet magic, a space where time seemed to pause and breathe. A soft breeze stirred through the garden, rustling the leaves and carrying with it the rich scents of the countryside beyond hay drying in distant fields. The faint tang of wood smoke curling from cottage chimneys, and the clean, crisp smell of dew beginning to form on the grass. From the hedgerow, the faint hoot of an owl echoed, solemn and reassuring, as though the night itself were keeping him company. Arthur paused in his work, his hands still in the soil, and breathed deeply, savouring this cocktail of autumn scents. His shoulders relaxed, the tension of the day melting away, and his breathing slowed to match the gentle rhythm of the night around him. The garden, with its hushed stillness and fragrant air, seemed to draw close around him, protective and tender. It was no longer just a space for planting and pruning, but a cathedral of the earth, where his quiet rituals became prayers and his memories became hymns. The bulbs he pressed into the soil were not simply flowers for spring. They were promises, offerings, a way of telling Lucy that she was still here, still part of the life he tended so carefully. And in this soft, silver-lit night, Arthur felt not the solitude of grief, but the presence of love, constant and enduring, rooted as deeply in the earth as the flowers themselves. The nightingale's melody seemed to weave itself through the other sounds of the evening, the whisper of wind through leaves, the distant murmur of the fountain, the soft settling sounds of the old manor house behind him. Together they created a symphony of peace that seemed to dissolve the last tensions from Arthur's shoulders and draw him deeper into the embrace of the tranquil night. It was as though the entire world, in this single hushed moment, had conspired to lull him into stillness. The weight of the years, the quiet accumulation of sorrow, the restless wandering of his thoughts, all of it melted into the background, leaving only the present, a garden alive with song, scent, and the soothing balm of moonlight. As he sat in this peaceful reverie, Arthur became aware of a subtle change in the garden around him. At first, he thought it was his imagination, some trick of weary eyes or a mind lost in drifting reverie, but the sensation grew stronger, undeniable. The moonlight seemed to be growing brighter, or perhaps more focused, as though the heavens themselves had drawn a lamp closer to watch over him. The air itself seemed touched with something indefinable, carrying a shimmering quality that was not sound, nor sight, nor scent, but all three woven together in a way that felt utterly otherworldly. He did not feel startled. Rather, it was as though the garden had simply deepened into its truest self, revealing a hidden layer of beauty and mystery that had always been present, waiting for the right moment to unfold. He opened his eyes slowly and found that the garden had been transformed once again, becoming something even more beautiful than before. Every flower seemed to glow with its own soft radiance, their colors no longer muted by the night but radiant from within, as though each blossom held a secret flame. The paths between the beds appeared to be paved with captured starlight, each step gleaming faintly as if guiding him forward. The fountain's gentle murmur had changed too. Its waters did not merely splash and fall, they sang, harmonizing with the nightingale's song to create melodies that seemed to rise from the very heart of the earth, flowing upward like prayers given form. Arthur realized that he was witnessing one of those rare, sacred moments when the veil between the ordinary world and something far more magical becomes gossamer thin, allowing glimpses of wonders that exist just beyond the reach of everyday perception. He had read of such things in old tales, of enchanted hours when mortals might step into realms of light and mystery, but never had he imagined such a moment could come to him here, in the quiet garden he had planted with his own hands. And yet he felt no fear at this transformation, only a deep sense of rightness and peace. This was Lucy's garden after all, and if there was magic here, it was the gentle magic of love and memory, of careful tending and patient hope. The beauty of it all seemed to be less an intrusion from some outside power, and more a blossoming of what had always been within these grounds. The culmination of love poured into the soil, of sorrow transmuted into tenderness, of a devotion that had never wavered. Arthur rose from the bench and walked slowly through this transformed landscape, his feet making no sound on the luminous paths. He felt as though he were drifting rather than walking, carried along by the music and the light, his presence welcomed by the glowing flowers that seemed to turn toward him like living things recognizing an old friend. Their petals leaned toward his passing with subtle bows, brushing the edges of his coat as though offering a benediction. At the center of the largest rose bed, where the finest white blooms clustered together in perfection, Arthur saw something that made his heart fill with quiet wonder. There, barely visible, unless one knew exactly where to look, was the faintest outline of a figure. She was delicate and graceful, her presence more suggestion than solidity, as though shaped from mist and moonlight. Her long hair shimmered like woven silver strands, spilling around her shoulders with a softness that seemed to glow from within. The dress she wore flowed as if made from captured dawn, or clouds caught in twilight's embrace, billowing gently though no breeze stirred it. The figure bent over the roses with infinite care, her movements so tender they barely disturbed the air around her. Each touch seemed to coax a brighter glow from the blossoms, as though she were tending not merely to petals but to something deeper, the very essence of life itself. When she turned toward Arthur, the garden seemed to fall utterly still, holding its breath in reverence. Her face held all the love and peace he had ever known. It was Lucy, not as she had been in life with the mortal frailties of flesh, but as something purer, an embodiment of the tenderness she had given so freely, distilled into radiance. Arthur felt tears prick his eyes, not from grief, but from a joy so profound it seemed to dissolve the boundaries of his heart. In that moment, standing amidst roses and moonlight, he understood she had never truly left him. She was here, rooted in every flower, alive in every song of the garden, woven into the air he breathed. Lucy smiled at him across the garden, and Arthur felt his heart lift with a joy so pure it seemed to dissolve every shadow that had ever touched his soul. The curve of her lips was soft, radiant, and more eloquent than any words could ever have been. Her presence was not the fragile memory he had sometimes conjured in sleepless hours, nor the sharp ache that had once haunted his days. It was real, immediate, suffused with a warmth that seemed to reach beyond time itself. She gestured toward the freshly planted bulbs with hands that sparkled like starlight, each movement trailing silvery light that shimmered and faded into the night air like falling snowflakes. Arthur followed her gaze, and as he looked at the small mounds of soil where he had gently tucked the bulbs into the earth, he felt a tide of understanding wash through him. Her approval flowed outward in ripples, touching every leaf and petal with blessing, as though the entire garden had leaned closer to receive her benediction. A white rose unfurled another petal despite the lateness of the hour, and the lavender breathed a fresher wave of fragrance into the still air. Even the nightingale's song lifted into a sweeter cadence, as if answering her unspoken command. In that moment of perfect communication, Arthur understood that his work here was more than gardening. Each act of planting, of tending, of kneeling to coax life from the soil, was a prayer, a promise, an act of devotion that transcended the boundaries between worlds. His labor was not only a tribute to Lucy's memory, but also a bridge of beauty and care that would endure through all seasons, living proof that love, once sown, could never truly die. He felt himself not merely a man working in his garden, but a participant in an eternal rhythm of love and renewal, a caretaker of something vast and sacred. The vision lasted only moments, or perhaps hours. Time seemed to dissolve entirely in this enchanted space, pooling and flowing like water freed from its banks. The air itself shimmered with stillness, holding its breath, as if unwilling to intrude upon such grace. When the ordinary world gradually reasserted itself, when the roses returned to their natural moonlit beauty, and the pathways once more gleamed only with dew instead of starlight, Arthur found that the sense of peace and completion remained. His heart was steadier, lighter, as if some invisible burden he had carried for years, perhaps the last remnants of sorrow he had not dared to name, had been gently lifted from his shoulders. Arthur made his way slowly back to the garden bench, his steps measured and contemplative. Each pace seemed to echo softly in his heart, as though the earth itself acknowledged his passage. He trailed his fingertips along the tops of the glowing roses, feeling the cool silk of their petals and drawing strength from their steadfastness. As he settled once again onto the weathered wood of the bench, he was filled with profound gratitude, not only for this night and this garden, but for the subtle, patient magic that had allowed him to tend not just the flowers, but the hidden recesses of his own heart. The nightingale was still singing somewhere in the darkness, its voice joined now by others, a chorus of small feathered companions, each lending its note to the unfolding harmony. The air quivered with their collective music, delicate and yet immense, a choir of such beauty that Arthur felt tears of joy prick his eyes. He let them fall unheeded, running warm down his cheeks, for they were no longer the tears of sorrow, but of release, of gratitude, of a heart so full it had no choice but to spill over. The moon had reached its zenith now, suspended like a great silver lantern high in the velvet sky. Its radiance painted the entire garden in shades of pearl and frost, making every blade of grass gleam as though dusted with precious metal. The fountain glowed like liquid crystal, its droplets catching the light before falling back into the pool with soft, eternal music. Arthur leaned back against the bench, the wood worn smooth by countless evenings of quiet contemplation, and allowed his eyes to drift closed. The garden breathed around him, alive with gentle murmurings. The lavender released its drowsy fragrance on every wandering breeze, lulling him deeper into rest. The roses whispered secrets to the darkness, their petals shifting faintly as if they spoke in a language older than speech. Somewhere beyond, the fountain kept up its eternal conversation with the night, its song blending with the rustle of leaves and the chorus of birds. Each sound, each scent, each shimmer of moonlight seemed to weave together into a cradle, holding him tenderly. As sleep began to claim him, Arthur felt contentment settle over him like a soft blanket woven from starlight. The bulbs were planted, their hidden lives waiting patiently beneath the soil, and the garden was tended, renewed, secure. Somewhere just beyond the edge of vision, love continued to bloom in forms more beautiful than any flower, flowing through the air and into the earth like invisible roots binding everything together. His breathing deepened, slowed, and fell into harmony with the measured rhythm of the night itself. His last conscious thought was of mornings yet to come, when sunlight would pierce the frosted earth, and the bulbs he had planted tonight would rise like small miracles, proclaiming once again that love endures through all seasons. The garden watched over Arthur as he dozed on the bench. The white roses glowed softly in the moonlight, like guardian angels keeping vigil through the hushed hours. The lavender bushes released wave after wave of their calming essence, perfuming the air around him with a balm for his dreaming heart. The newly planted bulbs, hidden in the soil beneath his feet, seemed to pulse faintly with their own quiet promise, gathering strength for the day when they would rise into the light. In his dreams, Arthur walked through endless gardens, each more wondrous than the last. Here every flower told a story of love and remembrance. Every path was lined with blossoms that carried whispers of voices long gone but never forgotten. Time itself seemed to slow, flowing thick and golden like honey in sunlight, and the boundaries between memory and hope became as soft and permeable as morning mist. In those dreams the nightingales followed him, their voices weaving melodies that sang him deeper into peace, each note a thread of love binding him to the world he had lost and yet still carried within him. The night embraced Arthur and his garden with infinite tenderness, holding them both in the gentle pause between one day and the next, a liminal space where all things were possible, where love was eternal, and where gardens bloomed forever in the silver light of memory and hope. There, under the watchful gaze of the moon and the whispered blessing of the nightingale's song, Arthur homeward slept the deep restorative sleep of those who have tended their corner of the world with care. And in that sleep he dreamed not of endings but of beginnings, of bulbs breaking through earth, of roses unfurling, of laughter carried on summer winds, of love returning 100-fold in the quiet magic of moonlit nights and the promise of springs yet to come. Dracula's Lucy Westenra's moonlit garden. The evening mist had begun to settle over Hillingham like a soft silver blanket, a silent and ethereal shroud that transformed the familiar landscape into a world of gentle shadows and muted tones. Lucy Westenra stood at her bedroom window, her silhouette a delicate outline against the fading light, watching the last traces of sunset fade into the tender embrace of twilight. The grand Victorian manor house, with its weathered stone walls and a resilient coat of climbing ivy, seemed to hold its breath, inhaling the rhythm of the approaching night. The very air around it felt ancient and profound, filled with the unspoken histories of generations who had lived within its protective embrace. Below, in her beloved garden, Lucy found herself drawn to the slow and peaceful transformation taking place as the world prepared for sleep. Lucy had always been enchanted by the liminal space between day and night, that magical and fleeting hour when the world seemed to pause, suspending its usual rules and rhythms. It was a time when the veil between the known and the unknown felt thinnest, when the world seemed to lean in and whisper its secrets to those who knew how to listen. Tonight, a feeling of deep and quiet longing had taken hold of her, an especially strong pull toward the garden paths she had walked countless times in the harsh, revealing light of day. She wondered what new beauty the moonlight might reveal in the familiar landscape of climbing roses, fragrant lavender, and ancient, sentinel-like oak trees that had stood watch over the estate for generations. There was a sense of adventure in the idea of exploring this familiar place under an entirely new light, of discovering a hidden dimension of her own home. Wrapping a soft cream-colored shawl of the finest wool around her shoulders, Lucy made her way quietly through the hushed house. Her bare feet made no sound on the polished mahogany floors, a ghost in her own home. The servants had long since retired to their quarters, and the house held that particular and profound stillness that comes only in the deep evening hours. The air itself seemed to have a different weight to it, filled with a sense of peaceful solitude. Even the great-grandfather clock in the hallway, a monument of time, seemed to tick more softly, its steady rhythm a gentle pulse rather than a demanding beat, as if it too were reluctant to disturb the sacred, peaceful atmosphere. The heavy garden door opened with barely a whisper, a gentle sigh of wood against its frame, and Lucy stepped onto the cold stone terrace that overlooked the sprawling grounds. Immediately she was enveloped in the cool, fragrant air of the night, a sensory experience that was entirely distinct from the heat of the day. The air was rich with the intoxicating scent of jasmine and honeysuckle, which bloomed with a sweetness and intensity in the darkness that they never achieved in the harsh, direct light of the Sunday. The moon, nearly full and as luminous as a piece of polished silver, had risen above the horizon, casting a soft, ethereal glow that transformed everything it touched. The familiar garden was no longer just a collection of plants and paths. It had become something from a dream, a place of soft light and profound shadow. The gravel path beneath her feet was cool and smooth, the stones worn by countless footsteps over the decades, each a testament to the lives that had passed through this garden. Lucy began to walk slowly along the winding route that led deeper into the heart of the estate's grounds. On either side, the carefully tended flower beds seemed to glow with their own inner light, as if they were absorbing the moonlight and radiating it back. The pale roses in particular appeared almost luminescent against the dark green foliage, their white petals like beacons in the semi-darkness. Meanwhile, the lavender released its soothing and calming perfume with each gentle breeze that stirred its delicate stalks, a scent that promised peace and tranquility. As she walked, Lucy felt the subtle but persistent tensions of the day begin to melt away from her shoulders and neck, replaced by a sense of profound peace that seemed to emanate from the very earth beneath her feet. There was something about the garden at night that had always called to her, something that spoke to a deeper, more primal part of her soul. It was a recognition of a beauty that existed beyond the conventional, ordered daylight world that most people knew and acknowledged. a secret world that revealed itself only to those who were willing to venture into the quiet of the night. It felt as though the garden was a living, breathing entity, and in the moonlight, its true nature was revealed. The path, a ribbon of crushed gravel faintly illuminated by the soft glow of the moon, curved gently to the left. It guided Lucy past a small grove of silver birch trees, whose pale, almost ghostly trunks seemed to gleam like luminous, silent columns in the moonlight. These were not just trees, but sentinels of the night, standing tall and serene. Their leaves, a delicate shade of green in the day, rustled softly overhead, creating a gentle, whispering music that sounded like a chorus of secrets being shared among old friends. This sound blended perfectly with the distant and peaceful bubbling of a small fountain that she could hear somewhere deeper in the garden, a constant, soothing counterpoint to the rustling leaves. Lucy paused for a moment, unable to rush past this peaceful symphony. She closed her eyes, letting the chorus of tranquil sounds wash over her, a tide of pure peace. She felt her breathing naturally slow and deepen, each inhalation a surrender to the tranquil atmosphere, each exhalation a release of the day's last remaining tension. It was a moment of pure, unadulterated contentment, a feeling of being exactly where she was meant to be. When she opened her eyes again, something new caught her attention, something she had never seen before during her many daylight visits to this part of the garden. Nestled among the base of the birch trees, small, star-shaped white flowers seemed to glow with their own pale, inner light, their petals translucent and delicate as spun silk. They didn't just reflect the moonlight, they seemed to be a source of it, a living, breathing constellation on the forest floor. Lucy knelt down carefully, her soft shawl pooling around her on the cool, damp grass, and leaned in to examine the mysterious blooms more closely. They were a surprise and a delight, a secret the garden had chosen to reveal to her alone. They were unlike any flower she had ever seen, with 5 perfectly symmetrical petals that seemed to be woven from moonlight itself. Each petal appeared to capture and hold the silver light, radiating it back in soft, pulsing waves, a gentle heartbeat of illumination. They had no discernible fragrance, yet something about their mysterious, silent presence filled Lucy with a sense of wonder and profound contentment that seemed to seep into her very bones. It was a feeling of having stumbled upon a hidden treasure, a secret key to understanding the deeper, more magical nature of the world. She reached out a hand, a sense of deep reverence in the gesture, to gently touch one of the petals. It felt cool and smooth beneath her fingertip, a surprisingly solid and real sensation, like she was touching moonlight itself, solidified into a physical form. This simple touch deepened her connection to the garden, a bridge between 2 worlds, her own and the secret, silent world of the night. Rising slowly from her kneeling position, Lucy continued along the path, her senses now fully attuned to the profound and magical transformation that nighttime had woven over her garden. She had always loved the daytime tranquility of this space, with its vibrant colors and buzzing life, but the night offered a completely different kind of beauty, one that was more intimate and filled with gentle mysteries. Every shadow seemed to be alive, not with menace, but with a peaceful, secretive energy. Every rustling leaf and swaying branch became part of a grand, hushed symphony that played only for those who chose to venture out into the embracing darkness. It was a clandestine world, hidden in plain sight, and Lucy felt an immense sense of privilege to be a part of it, as if she were a guardian of its silent wonders. The path, now faintly illuminated by the soft glow of a crescent moon, led her past a small circular pond. By day, this pond was a bustling hub of activity, a home for a family of boisterous ducks and several lazy, sun-dappled goldfish that would often surface to greet her. But tonight, in the quiet silver light of the moon, the water's surface was no longer a bustling habitat, but a perfect mirror of liquid silver. It flawlessly reflected the star-scattered sky above, creating a seamless connection between the terrestrial and the celestial. Lucy approached the pond's edge with a deliberate, almost reverent slowness, not wanting to disturb the perfect stillness that held the reflection so beautifully intact. She gazed down at her own wavering image, a ghost of herself suspended in the cool, liquid surface, her reflection swaying gently in the slight fragrant breeze that brushed across the water. In the moonlit depths of the pond, her face appeared ethereal and dreamlike, as if she were an otherworldly being peering back from another realm. Her auburn hair, usually a simple shade of brown, now flowed around her shoulders like molten copper, catching the light in 1,000 tiny glints. Her eyes, typically a warm brown, seemed larger and more luminous, reflecting the pure silvery light of the moon with an almost supernatural intensity. But there was something else in the reflection, something that made Lucy's lips curve into a slow, quiet smile of pure delight. The water itself seemed to be alive with tiny points of light, like fallen stars that had chosen to make a home in the peaceful, watery sanctuary. As she watched, utterly enchanted, the lights began to move with a mesmerizing grace, creating intricate swirls and spirals of soft illumination that danced just beneath the surface. It was a silent and beautiful performance, a secret ballet of light only she was meant to see. With a sigh of contentment, Lucy settled herself on the smooth stone bench that sat beside the pond, a silent and enduring companion to the scene. She drew her wool shawl more closely around her shoulders, savoring the feeling of the soft fabric against her skin. The stone was cool and comforting beneath her, its surface worn smooth over centuries by the constant touch of weather and the countless other evening visitors who had found solace in this tranquil spot. She felt a profound sense of peace, as if she could sit here forever, suspended in time, watching the gentle, luminescent dance of lights and listening to the soft, rhythmic whisper of water lapping against the pond's edges. Time itself seemed to have slowed to a near halt, becoming entirely irrelevant in the face of such simple, profound beauty. As she sat in comfortable stillness, a deep sense of awareness settled over Lucy, and she began to notice other subtle movements in the garden around her. From their hiding places among the thick flower beds, a family of rabbits emerged, moving with an unhurried, almost balletic series of hops across the moonlit lawn. They seemed entirely unafraid of her presence, as though they recognized in her the same peaceful energy that pervaded the entire nighttime garden. One small rabbit, braver than the others, approached to within a few feet of the bench where Lucy Saturday. Its dark, obsidian eyes reflected the moonlight, and it regarded her with a deep, curious but entirely unafraid attention, its nose twitching gently in the cool air. "Hello, little one," Lucy whispered, her voice barely a soft breath in the profound quiet that held the garden in its grasp. The rabbit's ears twitched slightly, but it remained perfectly still, as if understanding that this human posed no threat to the magical peace of the garden. After a few moments of silent contemplation, it turned with a final flick of its ear and hopped away to rejoin its family, disappearing silently into the deep shadows beneath a large rose bush, a fleeting but precious moment of connection between her world and the secret world of the garden's creatures. The rhythmic sound of the fountain, a gentle bubbling she had been hearing throughout her garden walk, was now closer, its melody becoming more distinct and inviting. Lucy rose from the bench, drawn by the sound to follow the path deeper into the heart of her nighttime sanctuary. The path here was narrower, bordered by tall, well-manicured hedges that created a sense of intimate enclosure, as though she were entering a sacred and secret chamber within the garden. Overhead, the ancient branches of towering trees formed a natural, interwoven canopy that filtered the moonlight, breaking it into 1,000 dappled patterns on the ground below, and creating a mesmerizing mosaic of light and shadow. When she finally reached the fountain, Lucy discovered a spectacle that was even more beautiful at night than she had ever remembered from her numerous daylight visits. The fountain was a work of art, a circular structure meticulously crafted from the same weathered, moss-covered stone as the house itself. It was a 3-tiered cascade, designed to allow water to tumble gently from one level to the next before pooling in the wide, serene basin at the bottom. But now, under the luminous gaze of the moon, each individual droplet of falling water seemed to catch and hold the silver light. This created a stunning and almost unbelievable illusion that the fountain was not flowing with ordinary water, but with liquid starlight, a cascade of pure celestial radiance. The soft rhythmic sound of the cascading water, a constant and gentle burble, was a perfect auditory complement to the mesmerizing visual spectacle before her. It was a music box made of stone and water, playing a tune of profound peace. Around the fountain's base, a cluster of night-blooming cereus had opened their magnificent white flowers. Each bloom was a masterpiece of nature, as large as a dinner plate and radiating an almost otherworldly beauty in the moonlight. Lucy had heard stories about these elusive flowers from her grandmother, but she had never been fortunate enough to see them bloom in person, as they were notoriously shy, opening only at night, and typically for just a single evening before withering with the first rays of the morning sunday. Now, surrounded by nearly a dozen of the spectacular blossoms, their pure white petals unfurling in the moonlit air, she felt as though she had stumbled into a secret garden that existed only in dreams, a place of profound and fleeting beauty, a moment captured and preserved in the night. The scent of the cereus flowers was intoxicating without being cloying, a sweet, complex, and deeply soothing fragrance that seemed to enhance rather than compete with the peaceful atmosphere of the garden. Lucy approached one of the magnificent blooms, drawn in by its quiet power. She marveled at the intricate beauty of its layers upon layers of pristine white petals, each one seemingly perfect and delicate as the finest porcelain. The heart of the flower was a complex web of stamens and pistils, a miniature universe of life and beauty. She settled herself on the wide, cool stone edge of the fountain's basin, letting one hand trail gently in the refreshing water while she absorbed the incredible beauty surrounding her. The sensation of the cool water on her fingertips was a grounding contrast to the dreamlike quality of the scene. The sound of the cascading water was hypnotically peaceful, a constant, gentle music that seemed to synchronize with the slow, steady rhythm of her own heartbeat and breathing. It encouraged an even deeper state of relaxation and contentment, a feeling of being completely and utterly at peace. As Lucy sat in this magical space, a profound feeling of connection to the garden and to the night itself began to grow within her. It was as though she belonged here, as much a part of this peaceful landscape as the flowers, the trees, and the gently flowing water. The distinction between herself and her surroundings began to blur in the most comfortable and effortless way. She felt her individual self dissolving into the greater, serene energy that pervaded every corner of the moonlit garden, becoming a single thread in the vast, beautiful tapestry of the night. Time seemed to lose its meaning entirely in this enchanted space. Lucy might have been sitting by the fountain for minutes or for hours. It made no difference in the gentle, timeless atmosphere of the night garden. She watched as clouds drifted slowly across the face of the moon, creating ever-changing patterns of light and shadow on the ground around her. She felt her eyelids growing heavy with the most pleasant and peaceful drowsiness, a perfect calm settling over her spirit. But she was not quite ready to return to the house yet. The night held too much beauty, too much peace, for her to abandon it so soon. There was more to discover, more to experience. Instead, she rose from her seat beside the fountain and began to follow another path, one that led away from the house and toward the old greenhouse at the far end of the garden property. The greenhouse had been a cherished creation of Lucy's grandfather, built decades ago when he was a young man. While it was no longer used for its original purpose of cultivating delicate plants, it remained a favorite retreat, filled with comfortable old furniture and surrounded by climbing roses that had grown wild and magnificent over the years, their thorny branches now forming a natural and beautiful shield. As Lucy approached the structure, she could see that the moonlight was streaming through its dozens of glass panes, creating shimmering, ethereal patterns of silver light on the interior walls. It looked like a castle made of moonlight, a final, beautiful destination for her nocturnal journey. The door, with its familiar squeak and sigh, opened easily at her touch, and Lucy stepped into the warm, still air of the greenhouse interior. The transition from the cool, open garden to this enclosed space was a comforting one. Here the scent of old roses was even more potent and distinct, a rich, sweet perfume that mingled with the earthier smells of aged wood and the faint, pleasant mustiness of time. Rather than being unpleasant, these scents combine to create an atmosphere of profound comfort and safety, like being wrapped in a blanket woven from cherished memories and long-held dreams. The air felt thick with history and quiet contentment. In one corner of the greenhouse, bathed in a soft pool of moonlight, stood an old chaise lounge. Its once vibrant velvet upholstery was now faded to a gentle, muted shade of rose, but it still looked soft and inviting. Lucy made her way toward it, her steps slow and deliberate as she carefully navigated around the old planting tables and decorative clay urns that her grandfather had collected over the years, each a silent testament to his passion for this place. The chaise lounge was positioned perfectly to catch the brilliant moonlight streaming through the glass roof, and as Lucy settled herself upon it, she felt as though she was sinking into a pool of liquid silver, a bed made of pure light. The worn velvet was smooth and cool against her skin. The greenhouse was now completely quiet, save for the occasional, subtle settling sound of the old wood and the distant, gentle whisper of the wind rustling through the rose bushes outside. Lucy pulled her shawl more tightly around herself, a small ritual of comfort, and let her head rest against the soft, cool arm of the chaise. She gazed up through the glass roof, her eyes tracing the celestial panorama of the star-filled sky above. From this unique vantage point, she could see the moon in all its luminous glory, a brilliant orb of pure white light. She watched, mesmerized, as thin, wispy clouds drifted slowly across its surface like veils of the finest silk, momentarily obscuring its brightness before continuing on their silent nocturnal journey. As she lay there in perfect comfort and stillness, Lucy felt the events of the evening settling into her memory like scenes from a beautiful, unforgettable dream. The glowing, otherworldly flowers nestled among the birch trees, the tiny, ethereal lights dancing in the silvery pond, the magnificent, ephemeral cereus blossoms that had bloomed around the fountain. Each image was like a precious gem, a treasure she would hold forever. They were tangible proof that the world held far more magic and beauty than most people ever suspected, a secret world waiting just beyond the veil of daylight and distraction. She felt a deep gratitude for having been allowed to glimpse it. Her breathing had become slow and regular, perfectly matching the gentle, steady rhythm of the night around her. The greenhouse felt like a sanctuary within a sanctuary, a place where she could exist in perfect harmony with the peaceful darkness. Through the transparent glass walls, she could see her beloved garden spreading out in all directions, every plant and tree and flower bed bathed in the soft, forgiving light of the moon. This quiet, private world was a reflection of her own soul, a place of peace, beauty, and hidden magic. She felt a profound sense of belonging, as if she had come home to a part of herself she had long forgotten. Lucy's eyelids were growing heavier now, each slow blink a surrender to the profound peace that had settled over her. She fought against sleep for just a little longer, a quiet battle to hold on to this perfect, luminous moment. She had never felt so completely at peace, so perfectly aligned with the natural rhythms of the earth and sky. This was not a temporary calm, but a deep, fundamental shift within her. The garden had shared its nighttime secrets with her, had opened its hidden world of gentle magic and quiet beauty, and she felt utterly transformed by the experience. It was as if she had shed a layer of the day's anxieties and distractions, a shell that had kept her from truly seeing the world. The garden had revealed its true, unadorned soul to her, and in doing so, had invited her to discover her own. She felt lighter, more connected, more whole than she had in years. A soft breeze stirred the roses outside the greenhouse, and their intoxicating perfume, now mixed with the dew-laden scent of damp earth and moss, drifted in through the slightly open windows. It added yet another layer to the complex, soothing atmosphere of Lucy's refuge, a final touch of nature's artistry. She could still hear the distant, constant murmur of the fountain, playing its gentle water music like a soft drum beat in the stillness of the night. And somewhere, far away, a night bird called softly to its mate, a lonely and beautiful sound that barely disturbed the profound quiet of the evening. It was a call of reassurance, a sound that underscored the interconnectedness of all living things, even in the deep, silent hours. Lucy felt a part of this quiet communication, a silent observer in a world that was always talking, if you only knew how to listen. The world was full of these small, secret conversations, and tonight she had been granted the gift of understanding them. As the moon reached its highest point in the sky, a brilliant, luminous sphere, it flooded the greenhouse with its brightest, most beautiful light. The entire space was bathed in a silver glow, every dust mote suspended in the air, a tiny point of light, every leaf and branch casting a soft, intricate shadow. The patterns on the floor shifted and danced with the moon's subtle movement, a silent ballet of light and darkness. Lucy finally allowed her eyes to close, a gentle concession to the pull of sleep. But even with her eyes shut, she could still feel the undeniable presence of the magical garden around her. It was a tangible energy, a peaceful hum that resonated through every fiber of her being. She could still sense the peaceful energy that flowed through every leaf and petal and blade of grass, a living current of tranquility. She was not separate from this beauty, she was part of it, woven into its gentle tapestry as completely as the moonlight itself. The boundaries between her and the world had dissolved, leaving her feeling infinite and boundless, a part of the greater whole. Her last conscious thought was not a thought at all, but a feeling, a profound sense of gratitude. Gratitude for the gift of this perfect evening, for the garden that had so generously shared its secrets with her, and for the deep, abiding peace that now filled her heart and soul. The night had not only shown her that there was magic in the world for those who knew how to look for it, but that this magic was not a flashy, fantastical thing. It was a quiet, enduring presence, an intrinsic part of the fabric of existence. It was in the soft glow of the moon, the murmur of the fountain, the gentle scent of night-blooming flowers. It was in the knowledge that even in the darkest hours, beauty and wonder were always waiting to be discovered, patiently holding court for those who would venture to find them. This was the greatest revelation of all. The magic was not external, it was always there, woven into the very bones of the world, waiting for a receptive soul to acknowledge it. As Lucy drifted into the deepest, most peaceful sleep she had ever known, the garden continued its gentle watch over her, its silent guardian. The fountain sang its water lullaby, a constant soothing hum. The night-blooming flowers released their sweet, rich perfumes into the cool air, a fragrant blanket that enveloped the greenhouse. And the moon, now a silent, silver sentinel, smiled down through the greenhouse glass like a benevolent guardian, blessing the sleeping figure with its soft, pure light. Everything in the garden continued its quiet, nocturnal rhythm, each element a perfect note in the grand symphony of the night. The rabbits still moved silently across the lawn. The shadows still held their gentle mysteries, and the very air thrummed with a profound stillness. It was a sanctuary of peace, and Lucy was its quiet, contented heart. In her dreams, Lucy walked through endless gardens, each one more beautiful than the last. The flowers were not just flowers, but living constellations, each one glowing with an inner light like stars, their petals a kaleidoscope of color that shifted with every breath of the dream world air. She walked beside pools of water that reflected not just the sky, but all the beauty that had ever existed in the world, the light from a forgotten sunset, the pure joy of a child's laughter, the quiet peace of a moment in time. And in these dreams, as in the waking garden she had just explored, everything was peace, everything was beauty, and everything was exactly as it should be. The world of her dreams was a mirror of the world she had just left, a testament to the fact that the beauty she had discovered was not fleeting, but a permanent fixture in the landscape of her soul. The night, a vast and gentle embrace, held both Lucy and her garden in its arms. The world outside of this perfect bubble ceased to exist. There were no deadlines, no worries, no anxieties. There was only the present moment, a continuous flow of peace and beauty. And in this magical world that existed between sunset and sunrise, a world where dreams and reality danced together in perfect eternal harmony, all was well. The night was a canvas, and peace was the only color. Lucy, a brushstroke on that canvas, was home, truly home, for the first time in a very long time. She had found her place not in a house but in a garden, and not in the day but in the heart of the night. She belonged to the moonlight and the stars, the scent of the roses and the whisper of the water. She was, and would always be, a child of the night. Dracula's Dr. John Seward's Evening Rounds. The autumn evening settled like a velvet curtain over the grounds of Dr. John Seward's private asylum, painting the weathered brick walls in shades of amber and gold. From his office window on the 3rd floor, Dr. Seward watched as the last light of day filtered through the ancient oak trees that stood sentinel around the building's perimeter. Their leaves whispered secrets to the gentle breeze, creating a soft symphony that had become as familiar to him as his own heartbeat. Dr. John Seward adjusted his wire-rimmed spectacles and set down his fountain pen with the same deliberate care he brought to everything in his well-ordered life. The leather-bound journal before him contained his evening notes, observations of his patient's progress, small victories celebrated, gentle adjustments to treatments that might bring greater peace to troubled minds. His handwriting flowed across the cream-colored pages in elegant script, each word chosen with the precision of a man who understood that healing began with understanding. The soft tick of the grandfather clock in the corner marked the passage of time with reassuring regularity. 7:30, time for his evening rounds, a ritual that had become sacred to him over the years. These quiet hours after dinner, when the asylum settled into its peaceful twilight routine, were when Dr. Seward felt most connected to his calling. The harsh realities of daylight medicine gave way to something gentler, more intuitive, like tending a garden in the soft glow of dusk. He rose from his mahogany desk, his movements unhurried and graceful. Dr. Seward was a man of medium height with kind eyes that seemed to hold depths of understanding. His dark hair, touched with silver at the temples, was neatly combed, and his simple black suit spoke of professional dignity without ostentation. There was something inherently calming about his presence. Perhaps it was the way he moved through the world, as if he carried within himself a pool of deep, still water. Gathering his medical bag and a small brass lantern that cast a warm, honey-colored glow, Dr. Seward stepped into the corridor. The asylum's halls were wide and high-ceilinged, designed in an era when architecture itself was considered therapeutic. Soft gaslight flickered from sconces mounted along the walls, creating dancing shadows that seemed to breathe with life. The polished wooden floors gleamed dully under his careful footsteps, and the air carried the faint scent of lavender. He had long ago instituted the practice of burning lavender oil in small dishes throughout the building, finding that it brought a sense of tranquility to both patients and staff. His first stop was the East Wing, where Mrs. Catherine Whitmore resided, in a comfortable room overlooking the rose garden. Dr. Seward knocked gently on her door, a soft tap-tap-tap that had become their evening signal. From within came her voice, musical and sweet despite her advancing years. "Come in, Doctor. I've been watching for the evening star." Dr. Seward entered to find Mrs. Whitmore seated in her favorite chair by the window, wrapped in a shawl of deep burgundy wool. She was a woman of perhaps 60 years, her silver hair arranged in a neat bun, her fingers busy with delicate needlework that seemed to grow more beautiful each day. When she had first arrived at the asylum, brought by concerned relatives who spoke in whispers of melancholia and nervous exhaustion, She had barely lifted her eyes from her lap. Now, months later, she greeted each evening with anticipation. "Good evening, Mrs. Whitmore," Dr. Seward said, his voice carrying the warmth of genuine affection. "And have you spotted it, the evening star?" She pointed with one graceful finger toward the window, where indeed a single bright star had appeared in the deepening sky. "There, Doctor, just above the tallest oak. It seems particularly bright tonight, don't you think?" Dr. Seward approached the window and gazed out at the star, allowing himself a moment of wonder at its steady light. "Indeed it does. Perhaps it's shining extra bright to wish you peaceful dreams." Mrs. Whitmore smiled, the expression transforming her face with quiet joy. "I do believe you're right. My dreams have been so much calmer lately. I dreamed last night that I was walking through a garden where every flower hummed with contentment. Such a curious thing, but so pleasant." "Dreams of gardens are always auspicious," Dr. Seward replied, settling into the chair beside her. "They speak of growth and renewal, of life finding its way toward the light." He opened his medical bag and withdrew a small vial of pale golden liquid. "Your evening medicine, Mrs. Whitmore. Just a few drops in your tea, as always." She nodded gratefully and reached for the delicate china teacup that sat on the small table beside her chair. The tea was chamomile with honey, another of Dr. Seward's gentle innovations. He had found that medicine went down more easily when surrounded by small comforts and rituals of care. "Doctor," Mrs. Whitmore said as she sipped her tea, "might I ask you something?" "Of course. Do you think it's possible for a place to hold happiness the way it holds memories? I feel as though these rooms, these halls, have absorbed so much kindness that they give it back to us in quiet moments like these." Dr. Seward considered her words carefully. It was a beautiful notion, and one that aligned with his own sense of the asylum as more than just a medical facility. "I believe places can indeed hold the intentions we bring to them," he said finally. "If we fill our spaces with compassion and hope, perhaps those qualities do linger, like the warmth that remains in a room long after the fire has burned low." Mrs. Whitmore nodded, satisfied with this answer. They sat together in comfortable silence for several minutes, watching as more stars appeared in the darkening sky. The stillness of the room was profound, punctuated only by the soft clink of china and the gentle, rhythmic hum of a gas lamp on the mantelpiece. This was the true work, Doctor. Seward knew not just the dispensing of medicine, but the cultivation of these peaceful, restorative moments. He observed the subtle way Mrs. Whitmore's shoulders had relaxed, the calm set of her jaw that had once been so tight with anxiety. Her progress was a testament to the belief that healing was not a single, grand event, but a series of small, incremental shifts toward light. He thought of the asylum itself, a grand old manor house that had been converted with great care. It was a place designed to soothe, with its high ceilings and windows that overlooked rolling lawns. It was a stark contrast to the clanging, cold institutions of the past. Dr. Seward's vision for this place was radical in its simplicity. create an environment of dignity and quiet where people could find their way back to themselves. He had seen too many broken souls in his early career, trapped in facilities that treated them as problems to be contained rather than people to be healed. Here, the gardens were tended, the books were plentiful, and conversation was always welcomed. Mrs. Whitmore's question lingered in his mind. Can a place hold happiness? He felt that it could, and that his greatest success was in creating such a place. The kindness brought by the staff, the support given by fellow residents, and the genuine compassion he and his colleagues tried to embody, all of it felt like a collective breath, filling the rooms with an invisible, sustaining essence. It was this unspoken quality that helped people like Mrs. Whitmore, who had arrived terrified and hollow-eyed, to find a sense of belonging and peace again. Her dreams of gardens were not just random nighttime imaginings, they were the subconscious mind's reflection of the fertile ground she had found here. When Dr. Seward finally rose to continue his rounds, she caught his hand gently. "Thank you, Doctor, not just for the medicine, but for helping me remember that the world can be beautiful." "It has always been beautiful, Mrs. Whitmore. Sometimes we simply need quiet spaces to remember how to see it clearly." He gave her hand a gentle squeeze, the small gesture a silent promise of his continued care. Leaving her room, he paused for a moment in the hallway, letting the soft glow of the gaslight wash over him. The air was cool and still. He heard the faint sound of music from the common room, someone playing the piano, and the murmur of voices. Each sound was a thread in the rich tapestry of the asylum's evening routine, a testament to the life and quiet healing that took place within its walls. It was a profound satisfaction to him, a feeling far greater than any medical accomplishment. He was not just a doctor, he was a guardian of these quiet moments, a steward of hope in a world that often felt full of darkness. Dr. Seward's next stop was the library, a magnificent room lined floor to ceiling with books that had been collected over the decades. Here he found Mr. James Morrison, a gentleman of 40-odd years who had come to the asylum after what his family delicately termed nervous exhaustion following business difficulties. Mr. Morrison had discovered solace in the written word, and Dr. Seward often found him in the evening hours reading by the light of a small lamp, his face peaceful in concentration. He was a man who had felt the weight of the world's expectations crush his spirit, and in the sanctuary of the library, surrounded by the wisdom of ages, he was finding a way to rebuild it. This evening Mr. Morrison was absorbed in a volume of poetry, his finger tracing the lines as he read. He looked up as Dr. Seward approached, his eyes bright with the enthusiasm of someone who had rediscovered an old friend. "Dr. Seward," he said, marking his place with a ribbon bookmark, "I've just discovered the most remarkable thing. Listen to this." He cleared his throat gently and read in a soft voice, "Come, sleep. O sleep, the certain knot of peace, the baiting place of wit, the balm of woe." "Sydney," Dr. Seward said with approval, "an excellent choice for evening reading. How are you feeling, Mr. Morrison?" "Much improved, thank you. I find that poetry has a way of organizing my thoughts. of giving shape to feelings that seemed too large and chaotic to manage. Mr. Morrison closed the book carefully and held it against his chest. It's curious how words written centuries ago can speak so directly to our present troubles. Dr. Seward settled into one of the leather armchairs that surrounded the library's fireplace, where a small fire crackled contentedly. I've often thought that the finest poetry captures something eternal in human experience, the way we all grapple with love and loss, hope and fear. When we read those words, we realize we're not alone in our struggles. Yes, exactly, Mr. Morrison said, his voice gaining strength. I spent so many months feeling as though I was the only person who had ever felt so overwhelmed by the simple business of living. But here, he gestured toward the shelves of books surrounding them. Here are hundreds of souls who have felt the same and found ways to transform their pain into something beautiful. They discussed poetry for several more minutes, sharing favorite passages and discoveries. Dr. Seward found these conversations as therapeutic for himself as for his patients. In the gentle exchange of ideas, in the quiet contemplation of beauty and meaning, he felt his own spirit renewed. The library, with its warm light and scent of aged paper and leather, was a sanctuary not only for the patients but for him as well. It was a place where the formal roles of doctor and patient could dissolve, leaving two men to connect on a simple human level. This was the essence of true care. Dr. Seward believed to see beyond the diagnosis and recognize the shared humanity in everyone. He thought about the countless individuals who had passed through the asylum's doors, each with a unique story of struggle and resilience. Mr. Morrison's journey from nervous exhaustion to finding solace in Sidney's sonnets was a powerful example of the mind's ability to heal when given the right tools and environment. Dr. Seward had always advocated for a holistic approach, one that nurtured the soul as much as the body. He encouraged his patients to engage with art, music, and nature, anything that could spark a sense of wonder and connection to the world outside their own anxieties. He had seen how a simple walk in the garden could calm a racing mind, how a piece of music could unlock a memory of happiness, and how a well-chosen book could provide the companionship of a kindred spirit. As they sat in companionable silence, the firelight dancing across the spines of the books, Dr. Seward felt a deep sense of purpose. He was not just treating symptoms, he was helping to rebuild lives. He was a curator of calm, a shepherd of fragile souls on their way back to a more robust state of being. The asylum was not a prison but a chrysalis, a place where people could withdraw from the harshness of the world to transform and emerge stronger. He had fought hard against the outdated views of his peers, who saw mental illness as a fixed state, something to be contained rather than cured. His success stories, like Mrs. Whitmore and Mr. Morrison, were his quiet victories, proving that compassion and dignity were the most powerful medicines of all. When he finally excused himself to continue his rounds, Mr. Morrison was already reaching for another volume, his face serene with anticipation. The moment had been a small, perfect testament to the power of shared experience and intellectual companionship. It reinforced Dr. Seward's conviction that the human spirit, even when wounded, has an incredible capacity for healing and growth. The West Wing housed several patients who preferred the solitude of their own rooms in the evening hours. Dr. Seward moved through the corridor like a guardian angel, pausing at each door to listen for signs of distress, occasionally entering to adjust a pillow, refill a water glass, or simply sit quietly with someone who needed the comfort of human presence. He understood that healing was a deeply personal journey, and for some, the greatest comfort was simply knowing that someone was there, a silent anchor in the darkness. He felt privileged to be that anchor, a steady presence in a world that had, for his patients, felt anything but. At the room of Miss Eleanor Hartwell, a young woman who had arrived at the asylum in a state of profound nervous exhaustion, Dr. Seward found a scene that never failed to move him. Miss Hartwell had discovered a talent for watercolor painting during her recovery, and her small easel was positioned by the window to catch the last light of day. This evening, she was putting the finishing touches on a landscape that captured the view from her window. The oak trees, the rose garden, the rolling hills beyond, all rendered in soft washes of color that seemed to glow with inner light. "Miss Hartwell," Dr. Seward said softly, not wanting to startle her from her concentration. She looked up with a smile that had grown steadier and more genuine over the weeks. "Doctor, perfect timing. I've just finished. Would you like to see?" Dr. Seward approached the easel and studied her work with the attention it deserved. The painting captured not just the physical appearance of the landscape, but something of its emotional essence. The peace that settled over the asylum grounds at twilight, the sense of sanctuary and healing that permeated the place. "It's magnificent," he said, and meant it. "You've captured something I feel but have never been able to put into words, the spirit of this place at this time of day." Miss Hartwell blushed with pleasure. "I think it's because I'm finally learning to see again. For so long, everything seemed grey and threatening. But here, with time to rest and heal, colors have been coming back to me gradually. First just hints, then stronger and stronger, until now," she gestured toward her painting. "Now I see beauty everywhere. Art has tremendous therapeutic value," Dr. Seward observed. "The act of creation, of bringing something new and beautiful into the world, it reconnects us to our deepest humanity." "Yes," Miss Hartwell agreed, cleaning her brushes with gentle, methodical movements. "And there's something about the process itself that's so soothing. The way the paint flows across the paper, the way colors blend and surprise you with new possibilities you hadn't planned. It teaches you to trust in unexpected gifts." Dr. Seward helped her arrange her art supplies for the evening, a ritual that had become part of their routine. As they worked, Miss Hartwell told him about her plans for her next painting, a series of portraits of the flowers in the garden, each one capturing a different mood and moment of the day. "I want to paint the roses at dawn, when they're covered with dew and the light is soft and pink, and the lavender in the afternoon, when the bees are humming around it and everything smells like summer, and the morning glories at twilight, when they're just beginning to close for the night. Her voice grew dreamy as she described her artistic visions. A worthy project, Dr. Seward said. I look forward to seeing each one. As he prepared to leave, Miss Hartwell caught his sleeve gently. Doctor, may I ask you something? Of course. Do you think it's possible to be grateful for difficult times? I mean, I would never wish my breakdown on anyone, and those months before I came here were truly terrible. But now, in this peaceful place, learning to paint and see beauty again, I almost feel thankful for the journey that brought me here. Dr. Seward considered her question with the seriousness it deserved. I believe that our greatest growth often comes through our greatest challenges, he said finally, not because suffering is inherently valuable, but because in learning to heal from our wounds, we often discover reserves of strength and wisdom we never knew we possessed. Miss Hartwell nodded thoughtfully. Yes, that feels right, like a broken bone that heals stronger than it was before. Precisely. And your art is evidence of that strength, the way you've transformed your pain into beauty for others to share. The final stop on Dr. Seward's evening rounds was always the conservatory, a glass-walled room filled with plants that had been his own addition to the asylum. He had convinced the board of directors to fund its construction after reading about the therapeutic benefits of gardening and plant care. The conservatory was a jewel box of green life ferns, unfurling their fronds like gentle hands, flowering vines climbing toward the glass ceiling, herbs releasing their fragrances into the warm, humid air. Tonight, he found young Thomas Archer tending to a patch of seedlings with the concentration of a master gardener. Thomas was barely 20, brought to the asylum after a series of what his worried parents described as nervous episodes. Under Dr. Seward's care, the young man had discovered a profound connection to growing things, and his recovery had been remarkable to witness. Good evening, Thomas, Dr. Seward said, breathing deeply of the plant-scented air. How are our charges faring tonight? Thomas looked up from the seedlings he was gently watering, his face bright with enthusiasm. Very well, Doctor. Look, the tomato seedlings have put out their second set of true leaves, and I think the basil might be ready for transplanting soon, and the roses you asked me to tend have developed several new buds. Dr. Seward joined Thomas at the planting bench, admiring the neat rows of small pots, each one labeled in Thomas's careful handwriting. The young man had proven to have exceptional skill with plants, a green thumb, as the saying went, and Dr. Seward had encouraged him to take increasing responsibility for the conservatory's care. I've been thinking, Doctor, Thomas said as they worked together, checking soil moisture and adjusting the position of pots to catch the best light, about what you said regarding growth requiring both sunlight and darkness, both rain and dry spells. Yes, I think I'm beginning to understand what you meant. When I first came here, I was so angry about my episodes. They seemed like pure destruction, like they were ruining my life and causing nothing but pain for everyone who cared about me. Thomas paused in his work, his hands still gentle on a small fern frond. But being here, learning to care for these plants, watching how they grow stronger after being pruned back, how they need periods of dormancy to bloom more beautifully. I think maybe my breakdown was like that, a pruning back that will let me grow stronger and healthier. Dr. Seward felt a familiar warmth in his chest, the deep satisfaction of witnessing a patient's breakthrough moment. That's a profound insight, Thomas. And look at the evidence all around you. He gestured toward the thriving plants that surrounded them. Under your care, this conservatory has become more beautiful and productive than ever before. Your own healing has created healing for other living things. Thomas blushed but looked pleased. The plants don't judge, you know. They just respond to care and attention. There's something very peaceful about that. They worked together in comfortable silence for several more minutes, adjusting plant positions, checking for any signs of distress, celebrating small victories like new growth or the appearance of flower buds. The conservatory's glass walls had steamed up slightly in the evening air, creating a sense of being enclosed in a secret world of growth and possibility. "Doctor," Thomas said eventually, "I wanted to thank you for suggesting I spend time here. I never thought I had any talent for growing things, but it turns out to be exactly what I needed. There's something about helping living things flourish that makes me feel useful, hopeful. You have exceptional gifts as a gardener," Dr. Seward replied, "and more importantly, you've discovered something that feeds your soul. That's one of the most important parts of healing, finding activities and interests that connect us to our deepest sense of purpose and joy." As the evening deepened around them, Dr. Seward and Thomas finished their plant care and began the ritual of closing down the conservatory for the night. They adjusted the ventilation to maintain proper humidity levels, checked the heating system that would keep the plants comfortable through the cooler night hours, and made notes about plants that would need special attention the following day. "Same time tomorrow?" Thomas asked as they prepared to leave. "I'll look forward to it," Dr. Seward replied, and meant it sincerely. Stepping back into the main building, Dr. Seward felt the familiar sense of completion that came at the end of his evening rounds. Each patient he had visited was settling into peaceful rest, surrounded by beauty and care, supported in their journey toward healing. The asylum itself seemed to breathe more slowly now, settling into its nighttime rhythm like a large, benevolent creature preparing for sleep. Dr. Seward made his way back to his office, but instead of immediately returning to his desk, he stepped out onto the small balcony that adjoined his study. The night air was crisp and clean, carrying the scents of autumn leaves and the last roses of the season. Above, the stars had emerged in full glory, creating a canopy of light over the peaceful grounds. From his vantage point, he could see the windows of the asylum glowing softly with gaslight, each one representing a soul in his care, a life slowly healing and finding its way back to wholeness. In the distance, he could hear the gentle sound of wind in the trees, the soft call of a night bird, the distant whisper of a stream that ran along the property's eastern boundary. Dr. Seward removed his spectacles and rubbed his eyes gently, allowing himself a moment of simple human fatigue. The work of healing minds and spirits was rewarding beyond measure, but it was also demanding. Each day brought its challenges, its moments of doubt, its small heartbreaks alongside its victories. But evenings like this, peaceful, full of gentle progress and quiet beauty, reminded him why he had chosen this calling. He thought of his patients, Mrs. Whitmore with her newfound ability to see beauty in the world, Mr. Morrison discovering solace in poetry, Miss Hartwell painting her way back to color and joy, Thomas finding healing in the simple act of tending growing things. Each of them was on their own unique journey, but all were moving toward the same destination, a return to wholeness, to the ability to find meaning and peace in the business of living. A soft breeze stirred the leaves of the oak trees, and Dr. Seward pulled his jacket closer around himself. It was time to go inside, to complete his evening notes, perhaps to read a few pages of the book that waited on his nightstand. But for just another moment, he wanted to savor this feeling, the deep contentment that came from work well done, from lives gently guided toward healing, from being part of something larger and more meaningful than himself. The stars continued their ancient dance overhead, and somewhere in the building behind him, his patients were settling into peaceful sleep, their dreams perhaps touched by the beauty and care they had experienced during the day. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new opportunities for healing and growth, but tonight was perfect in its quiet completeness. Dr. Seward took one last look at the star-filled sky, breathed deeply of the clean night air, and then stepped back into his office. He settled at his desk with a sense of ritual, opened his leather journal, and began to write his evening notes. His fountain pen moved smoothly across the page, recording observations and insights, small victories and gentle progress, plans for tomorrow's care. The grandfather clock ticked steadily in the corner, marking the passage of time with its reassuring rhythm. The gas flames in the wall sconces flickered gently, casting dancing shadows that seemed almost alive in the warm light. Outside, the night continued its peaceful watch over the asylum and all who sheltered within its walls. As Dr. Seward wrote, he found himself reflecting on the conversation he had had with Mrs. Whitmore about places holding happiness and kindness. Looking around his office at the well-worn medical texts, the comfortable chairs where he met with patients, the windows that looked out over the gardens, he felt the truth of her observation. This place did hold something precious, the accumulated weight of countless acts of compassion, moments of healing, gentle words spoken in times of need. He finished his notes and capped his fountain pen, then sat back in his chair and allowed himself a moment of simple satisfaction. Another day of healing work completed, another evening of peaceful rounds finished. His patients were safe and cared for, their spirits a little stronger than they had been that morning, their paths toward wholeness a little clearer. The fire in the small fireplace that warmed his office had burned low, leaving only glowing embers that cast a soft amber light across the room. Doctor. Seward rose and added another log, watching as the flames caught and began to dance with renewed life. The sound was deeply soothing, the soft crackling of burning wood, the gentle whisper of air moving through the chimney. He walked to the window and looked out once more at the grounds of his asylum. Everything was peaceful and still, bathed in starlight and shadow. The trees stood like silent guardians, the gardens rested in quiet beauty, and somewhere in the distance, that gentle stream continued its eternal song. Dr. John Seward smiled softly and began to prepare for his own well-deserved rest. Tomorrow would bring new opportunities to heal and help, but tonight belonged to peace, to the deep satisfaction of work done with love and skill, to the quiet joy of being exactly where he belonged, doing exactly what he was meant to do. As he gathered his things and prepared to leave his office, Dr. Seward felt a profound sense of gratitude for his calling, for his patience, for the peaceful sanctuary he had helped to create, and for the simple privilege of being part of the ancient, sacred work of healing human hearts and minds. The stars continued to shine down on the asylum with their eternal light, and all within its walls rested in safety and peace, watched over by a doctor whose gentle care had helped transform a place of treatment into a true home for healing souls. Dracula's Sleep Story, Mina Murray. Timeless Tales Library. The evening mist settled like a silk veil across the grounds of the old manor house, and Mina Murray found herself drawn, as she so often was these twilight hours, to the small garden she had cultivated behind the stone walls. The dying light of day painted everything in shades of lavender and deep rose, and the air carried the sweet perfume of night-blooming jasmine that climbed along the weathered brick. Mina moved with quiet purpose through the garden gate, her soft leather boots making barely a whisper against the worn cobblestone path. She had always found solace in this hidden sanctuary, this place where time seemed to slow and the weight of the world beyond the walls fell away like autumn leaves. Tonight, as every night, the garden welcomed her with its gentle embrace. The fountain at the center of the space trickled softly, its crystal waters catching the last rays of sunlight and breaking them into tiny rainbows that danced across the surface of the ornate stone basin. Around its edges, carefully tended beds of herbs and flowers created concentric circles of green and gold, purple and white. Mina had spent countless evenings here, her hands in the rich earth, nurturing each plant with the same care she brought to everything she touched. She carried with her a small wicker basket and a pair of well-worn gardening gloves, tools that had become as familiar to her as her own reflection. The basket held packets of seeds she had been saving, moonflowers and evening primrose, 4 o'clocks and night-blooming cereus. These were flowers that opened their petals to the darkness, that found their beauty in the quiet hours when the rest of the world slept. As she knelt beside the first flower bed, Mina felt the tension in her shoulders begin to dissolve. The day had been long, filled with correspondence and household duties, but here in her garden, surrounded by the gentle rustling of leaves and the soft murmur of night insects beginning their evening songs, she found the peace that had eluded her indoors. She began with the moonflowers, their heart-shaped leaves already climbing the trellis she had constructed along the eastern wall. These remarkable blooms would open only in darkness, their white petals unfurling like silk scarves in slow, hypnotic spirals. Mina had always been fascinated by their nocturnal nature, the way they seemed to understand secrets that daylight flowers never learned. With careful fingers she loosened the soil around their base, adding handfuls of rich compost she had been nurturing in the corner of the garden. The earth felt cool and alive beneath her hands, teeming with the invisible life that would feed her plants through the long months ahead. She worked slowly, methodically, allowing her mind to drift with the rhythm of her movements. The sky above continued its slow transformation from dusky rose to deep violet, and the first stars began to appear like scattered diamonds against the darkening canvas. Mina paused in her work to look up, finding comfort in the familiar constellations that had watched over countless generations of gardeners before her. The North Star hung steady and bright, a beacon of constancy in an ever-changing world. As she moved to the next bed, where her evening primrose grew in neat rows, Mina noticed movement in the shadows near the garden wall. She felt no alarm. This garden had always attracted its share of nocturnal visitors. A family of hedgehogs had made their home in the woodpile by the garden shed, and she often glimpsed them foraging among the plants in the early evening hours. Tonight, however, the shadow that caught her attention seemed different, more deliberate in its movement. As her eyes adjusted to the growing darkness, she could make out the silhouette of a figure standing just beyond the garden gate. The presence felt neither threatening nor intrusive, but rather like that of a fellow admirer drawn to the beauty of her nighttime sanctuary. "Good evening," she called softly, her voice carrying easily across the still air. "You're welcome to come closer if you'd like to see the garden." The figure moved forward with fluid grace, and Mina could see now that it was a tall man in a dark coat, his face pale in the starlight. There was something timeless about his appearance, as if he had stepped from the pages of an old portrait, but his manner was gentle and respectful as he approached the garden gate. "I hope I'm not intruding," he said, his voice carrying a slight accent that spoke of distant lands and old-world courtesy. "I was walking past and couldn't help but notice the remarkable beauty of your garden. It's unusual to see such care given to night-blooming varieties." Mina rose from her knees, brushing the soil from her hands as she walked toward the gate. Up close, she could see that her visitor had kind eyes and an expression of genuine appreciation as he gazed at her carefully tended plants. There was something about his presence that felt familiar, though she was certain they had never met. "Please, come in," she said, opening the gate with a welcoming gesture. "I'm always happy to share the garden with someone who appreciates its beauty. I'm Mina Murray." "Count Dracula," he replied with a formal bow that seemed perfectly natural despite its old-fashioned nature. "And this truly is a sanctuary you've created here. I can see that each plant has been chosen with great thoughtfulness." As they walked together along the winding paths, Mina found herself explaining the careful planning that had gone into her garden's design. She spoke of how she had researched the growing requirements of each variety, how she had arranged them to create pockets of different microclimates, how she had learned to work with the natural rhythms of the seasons and the soil. "The moonflowers are particularly special," she said. leading him to the trellis where the buds were beginning to show the first signs of opening. They bloom only at night, and each flower lasts just one evening. It's made me appreciate the beauty of impermanence, the way something can be precious precisely because it cannot last. The Count nodded thoughtfully, his pale hands clasped behind his back as he studied the intricate spiral pattern of a bud just beginning to unfurl. There is great wisdom in understanding the beauty of the ephemeral, he agreed. Perhaps it makes us treasure each moment more deeply. They continued their slow circuit of the garden, pausing at each bed as Mina shared the stories behind her plantings. She told him about the evening primrose seeds she had gathered from her grandmother's garden, how their bright yellow blooms would open with an almost audible pop as darkness fell. She showed him the 4 o'clocks, whose trumpet-shaped flowers would open at precisely 4 in the afternoon and remain open through the night, releasing their sweet fragrance into the cooling air. As they walked, the garden seemed to come alive around them. Night-flying moths appeared as if summoned by the growing darkness, their wings catching the starlight as they danced from flower to flower. The fountain's gentle music seemed more pronounced in the stillness, and somewhere in the distance a nightingale began its haunting song. "You have created something truly magical here," the Count said as they completed their circuit and returned to the fountain at the garden's heart. "It's rare to find someone who understands that darkness has its own beauty, its own gifts to offer." Mina smiled, settling onto the stone bench beside the fountain. The water's gentle splash created a soothing rhythm that seemed to match the beating of her heart. "I've always been drawn to the quiet hours," she admitted. "There's something about the night that feels more honest somehow, more true. The flowers that bloom in darkness don't need to compete with the sun. They can simply be themselves." The Count took a seat on the opposite end of the bench, maintaining a respectful distance, while keeping his attention focused on the garden around them. "And yet they are no less beautiful for their subtlety," he observed, "perhaps more beautiful in their way." They sat in comfortable silence for a while, watching as more of the moonflowers began their slow unfurling. Each bloom was a small miracle, Mina thought, the way the tightly wound spiral gradually loosened and spread until the entire flower lay open like a white silk handkerchief against the dark leaves. The process was hypnotic in its deliberate pace, and she felt her breathing slow to match the rhythm of the opening petals. "I should let you return to your work," the Count said eventually, though his tone suggested he was reluctant to break the peaceful spell that had settled over the garden. "But I wonder if I might visit again sometime. It has been many years since I have encountered someone who truly understands the art of cultivating beauty in darkness." "You would be most welcome," Mina replied, and meant it sincerely. There had been something deeply calming about sharing her sanctuary with someone who appreciated its subtle magic. "The garden is always at its best in the evening hours. Perhaps you could help me with the night-blooming cereus when it comes into bloom. It only flowers once a year, and only for a single night. It's said to be one of the most magnificent sights in the plant kingdom." The Count's eyes lit with genuine interest. "I would consider it an honor," he said, rising from the bench with the same fluid grace that had marked his earlier movements. Until then, may your garden continue to flourish under the stars. He moved toward the gate with quiet steps, pausing only to take one last look at the moonflowers, which were now fully open and glowing, like small moons in the darkness. Then he was gone, disappearing into the shadows beyond the garden wall as silently as he had appeared. Mina remained seated beside the fountain, feeling a sense of contentment settle over her like a warm shawl. The brief encounter had added something special to her evening, a reminder that beauty shared was beauty multiplied, that even in solitude one could find unexpected moments of connection. She returned to her gardening with renewed energy, working by the light of the stars and the soft glow of the newly opened moonflowers. The evening primroses were beginning to show signs of opening too, their buds swelling and preparing for their own dramatic unfurling. Mina positioned herself where she could watch both varieties bloom, marveling at the precise timing that governed their nocturnal schedule. As she worked, she found her thoughts drifting to the seasons ahead. Soon it would be time to plant the night-blooming cereus, that rare and magnificent plant that would spend months growing and gathering strength for its one glorious night of flowering. She imagined the Count returning to witness that spectacle, pictured the two of them standing in wonder as the enormous white bloom opened its petals to the darkness. The thought filled her with quiet anticipation, the kind of gentle excitement that comes from having something beautiful to look forward to. It reminded her of why she had always been drawn to gardening, not just for the physical beauty of the plants themselves, but for the way they taught patience, the way they created connections across time and space, linking her to all the gardeners who had come before and all who would come after. A gentle breeze stirred the leaves overhead, carrying with it the mixed fragrances of jasmine and night-blooming stock, evening primrose, and the green scent of growing things. Mina closed her eyes and breathed deeply, letting the perfumed air fill her lungs and the peaceful sounds of the night garden wash over her. When she opened her eyes again, she noticed that a few more evening primroses had begun to open, their bright yellow petals catching what starlight filtered through the leaves. The sight filled her with the same quiet joy she felt every evening, watching her careful tending bear fruit in these moments of perfect beauty. She finished her work slowly, taking time to water each bed with the gentle spray attachment she had fitted to her copper watering can. The water caught the starlight as it fell, creating brief moments of sparkle in the darkness. The plants seemed to sigh with contentment as the moisture reached their roots, and Mina felt a corresponding sense of satisfaction at having provided for their needs. As she gathered her tools and prepared to return to the house, Mina took one last look around her sanctuary. The moonflowers glowed like white stars against their dark trellis. The evening primroses scattered golden light among their green leaves, and the fountain continued its eternal song in the garden's heart. Everything was exactly as it should be, peaceful and perfect and complete. She closed the garden gate behind her with a soft click, but she knew she would be back tomorrow evening, and the evening after that, and all the evenings to come. This was her ritual, her meditation, her way of staying connected to the deeper rhythms of life that so often got lost in the hurry of daily existence. The walk back to the house was short, but she took it slowly, savoring the lingering fragrance of night-blooming flowers that clung to her clothes and hair. The stars seemed brighter than usual tonight, and she paused on the doorstep to look back once more at her garden, now a mysterious landscape of shadows and silver light. Inside, she set her basket and gloves on the table by the kitchen door and moved through the house with quiet steps. Her evening's work had left her with the deep, satisfying tiredness that comes from time spent in communion with growing things. She felt grounded and peaceful, ready for whatever dreams the night might bring. As she prepared for bed, Mina found herself thinking again about the Count's visit, about his appreciation for the subtle beauty of flowers that bloomed in darkness. There had been something deeply restful about sharing her garden with someone who understood its magic, someone who recognized that not all beauty needed to announce itself with bright colors and bold gestures. She slipped between cool linen sheets and closed her eyes, but sleep was slow to come. Not because she was restless or anxious, but because she felt so completely at peace that she wanted to savor the feeling a while longer. The memory of the evening's work, the satisfaction of tending her plants, the quiet pleasure of an unexpected visitor who had truly seen and appreciated what she had created. All of these combined to create a sense of deep contentment that was almost too precious to surrender to sleep. Eventually, though, the rhythm of her breathing slowed and deepened, matching the gentle pace of the fountain in her garden, the slow unfurling of moonflower petals, the eternal dance of earth and water, seed and soil. Her last conscious thought was of tomorrow evening's garden work, of the new seedlings that would soon emerge from the seeds she had planted, of all the nights of quiet beauty that lay ahead. But before sleep could claim her completely, a gentle sound drew her attention back to the waking world. Through her bedroom window, which she always left open to catch the night breeze, came the soft chiming of the small silver bells she had hung in her garden. The bells were so delicately tuned that only the gentlest movement of air could set them singing, and their music served as a bridge between her indoor rest and the continuing life of her nocturnal sanctuary. Mina rose from her bed and moved to the window, drawn by the ethereal melody. From her second-story vantage point, she could see her garden spread below like a living tapestry woven from moonlight and shadow. The white blooms of her moonflowers seemed to glow with their own inner light, while the golden evening primroses created warm pools of color in the silvery landscape. She noticed that the Count had returned, though she had not heard his approach. He stood near the night-blooming cereus, which she had planted just that spring, and which would not flower for several seasons yet. His stillness was complete, like that of a marble statue, and she could see that he was studying the plant with the intense focus of someone who understood the patience required to nurture something rare and precious. Rather than feeling intruded upon, Mina felt a warm sense of companionship. Here was someone else who could not sleep while such beauty waited in the darkness, someone who understood that some of life's most profound moments happened when the rest of the world was dreaming. She wrapped a soft shawl around her shoulders and made her way quietly down the stairs and back to the garden. The night air was cooler now, carrying with it the scent of dew forming on leaves and petals. The Count turned as she approached, his pale face showing no surprise at her reappearance, as if he had somehow known she would return. "I hope you don't mind," he said softly, his voice barely above a whisper. "I found I could not sleep, knowing that such beauty was blooming unwatched. It seemed a waste of wonder." "Not at all," Mina replied, settling onto the bench beside the fountain. "I felt the same pull. There's something about a garden at night that makes indoor walls feel like barriers to magic." They sat together in comfortable silence, watching the subtle drama of the nocturnal garden unfold around them. A family of barn owls had taken up residence in the old oak tree that shaded the garden's northern corner, and their soft calls created a gentle counterpoint to the fountain's music. Somewhere in the distance, a church bell tolled midnight, its deep bronze voice carrying across the sleeping countryside. "Tell me about the cereus," the Count said, his eyes returning to the young plant that would someday produce one of nature's most spectacular displays. "How did you come to choose such a rare specimen for your garden?" Mina smiled, remembering the day she had first learned about the night-blooming cereus. "My great-aunt was a botanist," she began, her voice taking on the dreamy quality that comes with late-night storytelling. She traveled extensively in her youth, collecting seeds and cuttings from gardens around the world. She told me once that the cereus taught her the most important lesson of her life, that some things are worth waiting for, no matter how long the wait might be. She paused to watch a moth spiral around one of the moonflowers, its wings creating brief shadows against the white petals. She said that when the cereus finally bloomed, after years of careful tending, the sight was so magnificent that it made every day of waiting seem like a gift rather than a burden. She gave me the seeds before she passed away, along with her journals detailing exactly how to care for them. The Count nodded slowly, his expression thoughtful. "Your great-aunt sounds like a woman of great wisdom. In my experience, the most beautiful things in life require patience and faith, faith that the waiting will prove worthwhile in the end." As if summoned by their conversation, a gentle breeze stirred through the garden, carrying with it a new fragrance, the sweet, heavy scent of the night-blooming jasmine that climbed the garden's eastern wall. Mina had trained the vine over many seasons, guiding its growth until it created a living tapestry of star-shaped white flowers that released their perfume only in the darkest hours. "Would you like to see the jasmine wall?" she offered, rising from the bench. "It's at its most fragrant right now, and the moonlight makes the flowers look like fallen stars caught in green silk." They walked together along the gravel path, their footsteps muffled by the thick moss that grew between the stones. The jasmine wall rose before them like something from a fairy tale, its dense covering of flowers creating a constellation of white against the dark brick. The fragrance was intoxicating but gentle, enveloping them in its sweet embrace without overwhelming the senses. "I planted the first cutting 15 years ago," Mina said, running her fingers along the vine's sturdy main stem. "It was barely as long as my hand, just 3 leaves and a prayer. Now look at it. It covers nearly 30 feet of wall and provides shelter for countless insects and small birds." The Count studied the intricate pattern of leaves and flowers with obvious appreciation. 15 years, he mused. "You have given this plant a significant portion of your life, and it has repaid you with beauty beyond measure. There is something profound in such an exchange, time and care transformed into wonder." They continued their nocturnal tour, visiting each section of the garden with the unhurried pace of pilgrims exploring a sacred space. Mina showed him the herb spiral she had constructed near the garden shed, where night-scented plants like lemon balm and evening stock released their fragrances into the cool air. She pointed out the small pond she had dug and lined with stones, where water lilies would soon bloom in pale, pink and white, opening only in the pre-dawn hours. "Each plant has taught me something different," she reflected as they paused beside a bed of 4 o'clocks whose trumpet-shaped flowers had opened precisely at sunset and would remain open until dawn. "The 4 o'clocks taught me about punctuality and rhythm. The moonflowers showed me that some beauty can only exist in darkness. The jasmine demonstrated the power of patience and slow growth." The Count listened with the deep attention of someone who understood that gardens were more than collections of plants. They were living libraries of wisdom, outdoor classrooms where the natural world shared its secrets with those patient enough to observe and learn. He felt a deep sense of peace in Mina's presence, a quiet understanding that transcended words. It had been so long since he had met a kindred spirit, someone who saw the world not just with their eyes but with their soul. Her garden was a testament to that vision, a place where the magic of the night was not merely tolerated but celebrated. As they completed their circuit and returned to the fountain, Mina felt a deep satisfaction settle over her like a warm blanket. The garden had never felt more alive than it did in this moment, shared with someone who truly understood its magic. The combination of darkness and starlight, fragrance and gentle sound, growing things and flowing water, created a symphony of peace that seemed to resonate in every cell of her being. The air, cool and fresh, was thick with the scent of night-blooming flowers, a chorus of perfume that sang a quiet lullaby to the sleeping world. The Count's presence seemed to amplify the garden's magic, making every rustle of a leaf and every drop of water from the fountain a note in a perfect harmony. "I should let you return to your rest," the Count said, though his reluctance to leave was evident in his voice. "But I want you to know that this evening has been a gift beyond measure. It has been many years since I have encountered someone who understands that darkness holds its own beauty, its own gifts to offer the world." "The gift has been mutual," Mina replied sincerely. "There's something magical about sharing wonder with another person. It makes the beauty seem brighter, more real somehow." The Count bowed with old-world courtesy, his pale hands touching briefly to his heart in a gesture of gratitude. "Until we meet again among the night-blooming flowers," he said softly, and then he was gone, dissolving into the shadows like mist touched by morning light. Mina remained by the fountain for a few more minutes, listening to its gentle music and watching the last of the evening primroses complete their opening ritual. The garden felt different now, not changed exactly, but somehow more complete, as if the presence of an appreciative witness had added a new dimension to its beauty. A new memory, woven into the very fabric of the place, now resided there. The air still held a faint trace of his unique scent, a hint of something ancient and refined that had blended with the perfumes of her garden. When she finally returned to her bedroom, she carried with her the lingering fragrances of jasmine and moonflower, evening primrose and night-blooming stock. The scents clung to her hair and clothes like gentle benedictions, reminders of the magic that waited just beyond her window. This time, when she slipped between the cool sheets, sleep came easily. Her mind held no worries or anxious thoughts, only the peaceful certainty that her garden would continue its quiet work through the night, that the flowers she had planted with such care would bloom in their appointed seasons, that beauty would persist in darkness as it always had, as it always would. And in her dreams, she walked through gardens that stretched beyond the horizon, where every flower bloomed at precisely the right moment, where the air was always sweet with the perfume of growing things, and where she was never alone in her appreciation of the gentle magic that transforms darkness into light, earth into life, solitude into peace. In her dreams, the night-blooming cereus was finally ready to flower, and she stood beside the Count in wonder as its enormous white bloom unfurled like a star falling slowly toward earth. The moonflowers continued their vigil through the night, their white petals catching dewdrops like scattered pearls, while the garden settled into the deep, restful quiet that comes when all growing things surrender to the healing power of darkness and dream. Dracula's Professor Abraham Van Helsing, The Scholar's Garden. The evening mist rolls softly across the cobblestones of Amsterdam, carrying with it the whispered secrets of twilight. In a quiet corner of the old university district, where gas lamps cast their warm, amber pools of light, Professor Abraham Van Helsing makes his way home through streets that have become as familiar to him as the lines in his weathered palms. His footsteps echo gently against the ancient brick walls, a rhythmic melody that speaks of countless such journeys, countless such peaceful evenings drawing to their close. Abraham Van Helsing, scholar, physician, and keeper of knowledge, both ancient and profound, walks with the measured pace of one who has learned that wisdom comes not in haste, but in the quiet observation of life's gentle rhythms. His silver hair catches the lamplight as he pauses beside a wrought iron gate, his keen eyes softening as they fall upon the sanctuary that awaits him beyond. Behind the gate lies his private garden, a haven he has cultivated over many decades with the same careful attention he brings to his scholarly pursuits. Here, in this sheltered space where the outside world feels distant and dreamlike, Van Helsing has created something that speaks to both his scientific mind and his understanding of life's deeper mysteries. The garden breathes with the quiet contentment of growing things, each plant and flower chosen not merely for beauty, but for the ancient wisdom it carries within its leaves and roots. The gate opens with a gentle creak that has become as comforting to him as a familiar lullaby. Van Helsing steps onto the winding stone path that meanders through his botanical sanctuary, and immediately the tensions of the day begin to dissolve, like morning frost touched by the first rays of Sunday. The air here is different, softer, more fragrant, carrying the mingled scents of lavender, rosemary, and night-blooming jasmine that perfume the gathering dusk. Moonlight filters through the canopy of an ancient oak tree that stands sentinel at the garden's heart, its branches spreading wide like protective arms. Beneath its shelter, Van Helsing has arranged his most precious collection, herbs and flowers gathered from across Europe, each one carefully tended and grown for its healing properties and its connection to the old ways of understanding the world. Wolfsbane grows in neat rows beside beds of vervain, their purple and blue blossoms creating a tapestry of color that seems to glow with inner light in the silvery evening. The garden was not merely a collection of plants, it was a living library, a chronicle of Van Helsing's life's work, and a testament to his unique understanding of the world. Each plant had a story, a history intertwined with his own journeys across continents and his relentless quest for knowledge. He had brought the silvery leaves of sage back from the sun-drenched hills of Italy, its peppery scent a reminder of a long, feverish night spent tending to a sick child in a remote Tuscan village. The dark, glossy leaves of belladonna, a potent poison and powerful medicine, grew in a secluded corner, a stark and beautiful testament to the delicate balance between life and death that he so often navigated. As he walked, his hand gently brushed against the feathery fronds of feverfew, a plant whose humble appearance belied its powerful ability to soothe the most debilitating of headaches. It was this dual nature, the mundane and the miraculous, that captivated him. The world, he believed, was full of such silent contradictions, and it was the scholar's duty to understand and respect them. The garden was his laboratory, his classroom, and his confessional. Here, he could observe the slow, deliberate work of nature, the way a seed pushed against the soil to find the sun, or the way a tendril found its way around a support, never in a hurry, always with a quiet, certain purpose. He recalled the time he had been given a rare cutting of white peony from a secluded monastery in the Carpathian Mountains. The monks had guarded it for centuries, believing its roots held the power to ward off malevolent spirits. Van Helsing had treated the gift with the reverence it deserved, planting it in a spot where it could receive both the gentle morning sun and the deep shade of the afternoon. Now, its magnificent white blossoms stood out like luminous stars against the gathering darkness, a symbol of a promise kept and a trust earned. The garden also served as a refuge from the other side of his life, the one filled with shadows and whispers of things that should not be. The world knew him as a respected professor, a man of science and reason, but few understood the full scope of his work, He was a sentinel, a guardian against forces that defied rational explanation, and the weight of that knowledge was a heavy burden. But here, amidst the quiet hum of insects and the sweet perfume of the night-blooming flowers, that burden felt lighter. The constant vigilance, the gnawing anxiety that was his constant companion, receded into the background. He stopped beside a small, raised bed where he cultivated a patch of garlic. Its pungent aroma was a stark contrast to the delicate floral scents, but it was a scent he found deeply reassuring. He had learned, through hard-won experience, that some of the most powerful tools against darkness were also the most humble. A simple clove of garlic, a spray of vervain, these were not superstitious trinkets, but powerful conduits of a more primal and ultimately more truthful understanding of the world. As he continued his slow circuit of the garden, the moon rose higher, casting everything in a wash of silver and deep shadow. He noted the way the moonlight illuminated the intricate veins on a leaf of henbane, and the way it made the dew-kissed petals of a rose glisten like tiny jewels. It was a beauty that felt both ancient and new, a constant source of wonder. He wasn't just a scholar or a physician. He was a gardener, a tender of life in all its forms, and in that simple act he found his greatest peace. He reached the small wooden bench tucked beneath the oak tree, its surface worn smooth by decades of use. As he sat, a profound sense of calm settled over him, the perfect end to another day in a life lived between the bright light of knowledge and the deep shadows of the unknown. The professor moves through his garden with the quiet reverence of one entering a cathedral. Each step along the meandering path reveals new wonders, climbing roses that release their sweet perfume into the night air, sage plants whose leaves rustle with the soft whisper of ancient knowledge, and delicate sprigs of rowan whose white flowers seem to capture and hold the moonlight in their petals. At the garden's center, beneath the spreading oak, sits a simple wooden bench that Van Helsing crafted himself many years ago. The wood has weathered to a soft silver gray that harmonizes perfectly with the moonlight, and its surface has been worn smooth by countless hours of quiet contemplation. This is where he comes each evening to reflect upon the day's work, to study by the gentle light of the stars, and to find the peace that allows his mind to process the complex mysteries he encounters in his scholarly pursuits. Tonight, like so many nights before, Van Helsing settles onto his cherished bench with a soft sigh of contentment. He has brought with him a leather-bound journal, its pages filled with careful observations about his garden's growth, sketches of rare botanical specimens, and notes about the ancient properties of the plants he tends. But for now, the journal rests unopened in his lap as he simply allows himself to be present in this moment of perfect tranquility. The oak tree above him rustles gently in the evening breeze, its leaves creating a soft percussion that mingles with the distant sound of water trickling from the small fountain he installed near the garden's eastern wall. The fountain is a simple thing, a modest stone basin where water flows in a continuous, gentle stream that catches the moonlight and sends tiny sparkles dancing across the surrounding plants. The sound is hypnotic in its constancy, a liquid lullaby that seems to slow time itself and invite the mind toward peaceful contemplation. Van Helsing closes his eyes and breathes deeply, drawing in the garden's perfumed air. Each breath brings new layers of fragrance, the earthy richness of well-tended soil, the green sweetness of growing things, the subtle spice of herbs that have absorbed the day's warmth and now release it into the cooling night. These scents carry him back through decades of memory to other gardens he has known, other quiet evenings spent in communion with the natural world. He thinks of his childhood in the Netherlands, where his grandmother first taught him about the healing properties of plants. She had been a wise woman in the truest sense, one who understood that nature holds secrets far older and more profound than any that can be found in books. Under her gentle tutelage, young Abraham learned to identify herbs by their scent, to understand the subtle differences between plants that might look similar but possess entirely different properties, and most importantly, to approach the natural world with respect and reverence. Those early lessons formed the foundation of everything Van Helsing would later become. His scientific training at the university built upon that childhood knowledge, giving him the tools to understand the mechanisms behind nature's mysteries. But he never lost his grandmother's deeper wisdom, the understanding that some truths can only be grasped through patience, observation, and a willingness to listen to the quiet voices that speak from the heart of the natural world. A soft movement in the garden draws his attention, and Van Helsing opens his eyes to see a small hedgehog making its way along the path. The creature moves with unhurried confidence, clearly familiar with this peaceful sanctuary. Van Helsing smiles as he watches the hedgehog pause to investigate a cluster of chamomile flowers, its tiny snout twitching as it takes in their soothing scent. The hedgehog's presence was a familiar and welcome sight. For years, this little creature, or perhaps its ancestors, had been a regular visitor, a silent companion on many a quiet evening. Van Helsing often thought of the hedgehog as a kind of natural barometer for the garden's health and tranquility. Its presence was a testament to the fact that his sanctuary was not just for him alone, but for all creatures who sought peace and refuge. He watched as it continued its journey, a small, spiny shadow moving through the moon-drenched landscape, completely at ease. The professor's gaze then drifted to the ancient oak tree that presided over the scene. It was a silent witness to a century of seasons, a living testament to the endurance of life. He often found himself contemplating its vast, intricate root system hidden beneath the earth, a network of support and nourishment that mirrored the deep, unseen connections of the world itself. Just as the roots drew life from the soil, Van Helsing knew that his own knowledge was rooted in the ancient traditions and folk wisdom that his grandmother had passed down to him. The university had provided the branches and leaves of his formal education, but the roots, the very core of his being, were planted in that rich soil of intuitive understanding. As the air grew cooler and the mist began to thicken, Van Helsing felt a profound sense of gratitude. Gratitude for the simple peace of this moment, for the wisdom passed down through generations, and for the life that continued to thrive in this small, enclosed world he had so carefully built. He ran his hand over the worn pages of his journal, a tangible record of a life dedicated to the pursuit of knowledge, knowledge that was as much about the vibrant, growing things around him as it was about the complex and often dark forces he had dedicated his life to understanding. The two worlds, the scientific and the mystical, the seen and the unseen, were not separate to him. They were two halves of a whole, and his garden was the perfect place to reconcile them. The moonlight, the trickling water, the scent of the flowers, and the silent company of the hedgehog all conspired to remind him that true wisdom lay not in mastery, but in harmony. The hedgehog represents one of Van Helsing's greatest joys in his garden, the way it has become a haven not just for plants, but for the small creatures who find refuge here. Birds nest in the oak tree's branches, their soft chirping providing a gentle soundtrack to the evening hours. Butterflies visit during the day, drawn by the lavender and the patches of wild flowers he has allowed to grow along the garden's borders. And at night, creatures like this hedgehog emerge to explore the safe pathways between the planted beds. Van Helsing has made peace with sharing his sanctuary. Indeed, he considers these small visitors to be partners in the garden's magic. They help to pollinate the flowers, disperse seeds, and maintain the delicate balance that keeps the garden thriving. In return, they find food, shelter, and safety within the protective walls he has built around this special place. The hedgehog completes its evening circuit and disappears into a small gap beneath the garden wall, leaving Van Helsing alone once again with his thoughts. He opens his journal now, turning to a fresh page where he begins to make notes about the night's observations. His handwriting is careful and precise, the product of decades of scholarly discipline, but there is also a flowing quality to it that speaks of genuine passion for his subject. He writes about the way the moonlight seems to enhance the fragrance of the night-blooming cereus, a rare plant he acquired during a research expedition to the Carpathian Mountains. The flower blooms only once each year, and only at night, opening its magnificent white petals to the darkness in a display that lasts just a few hours. Tonight is not that night, but Van Helsing can sense the plant gathering its energy, preparing for its moment of glory. He writes about the subtle changes he has noticed in his collection of mountain ash saplings, young trees grown from seeds he gathered during that same expedition. They are thriving in their new home, their leaves showing the deep green color that indicates strong, healthy growth. In time, they will provide berries that are prized both for their medicinal properties and for the protection they are said to offer against dark influences. His pen moves across the page with gentle scratching sounds that blend harmoniously with the garden's nighttime symphony. He documents the first signs of autumn in some of his deciduous plants, noting how their leaves are beginning to show the faintest hints of gold and amber. The changing seasons bring their own beauty to the garden, and Van Helsing has learned to appreciate each phase of the cycle that governs all growing things. The act of writing in his journal was more than a mere record-keeping exercise for Van Helsing. It was a form of meditative communion with his garden, As his pen glided across the page, he was translating the living, breathing reality of his sanctuary into a tangible written form. He documented the subtle aromatic shifts of the night air, noting how the scent of blooming jasmine grew stronger as the moon rose higher, or how a recent rainfall had made the earthy fragrance of wet soil more pronounced. These were not just scientific observations, but sensory memories, carefully archived for future reflection. He found himself sketching the intricate vein patterns on a single maple leaf, its edges just beginning to curl with the first chill of the coming season. He noted the precise date, understanding that this small detail was a part of a much larger, more ancient rhythm, the relentless but gentle march of the seasons. This was the same relentless force that governed the ebb and flow of all life, a truth he had sought to understand both in his botanical studies and in his more clandestine work. The garden was a microcosm of the larger world he navigated, a place where life and death, growth and decay existed in perfect, unyielding balance. As he closed his journal, a deep sense of peace settled over him. His work was both a record and an extension of this very balance, a quiet commitment to understanding and preserving the delicate harmony of the world. As he writes, his mind wanders to his students at the university, young people who come to him seeking knowledge about medicine and the natural sciences. He thinks particularly of Lucy, a bright young woman who has shown remarkable aptitude for botanical studies, and Arthur, whose careful attention to detail reminds Van Helsing of his own younger self. Teaching them has become one of his greatest pleasures, the opportunity to pass on not just facts and techniques, but the deeper appreciation for the mysteries that surround us. Tomorrow he will meet with them to discuss their research projects, but for now, that seems like a distant concern. The garden exists in its own time, a place where the urgent demands of the academic world fade away and are replaced by the gentler rhythms of growth and rest, of seasons turning and life renewing itself in countless small ways. A bat flickers overhead, its erratic flight pattern creating moving shadows against the moonlit leaves of the oak tree. Van Helsing watches its aerial dance with interest rather than concern. Here, in his garden sanctuary, even the creatures of the night seem transformed into gentle companions rather than harbingers of mystery or threat. The bat is simply another part of the garden's ecosystem, helping to control insects and participating in the ancient web of relationships that keeps all things in balance. The fountain continues its gentle music, and Van Helsing finds himself drawn into its rhythm. He sets his journal aside and allows his eyes to drift closed once again, letting the sound wash over him like a river of peace. In this state of quiet receptivity, he becomes aware of subtler sounds, the soft rustle of leaves responding to the slightest breath of wind, the barely audible whisper of growing things reaching toward the light, the distant hoot of an owl calling from somewhere beyond the garden walls. These sounds weave together into a tapestry of tranquility that seems to slow his heartbeat and deepen his breathing. Van Helsing has always been a man of intense mental activity, his mind constantly analyzing, questioning, and seeking to understand. but the garden offers him something different, a space where he can simply exist without the need to solve or explain or categorize. He thinks of the ancient traditions that speak of gardens as places of healing and renewal. The monastery gardens of medieval Europe, where monks grew herbs for their infirmaries and vegetables for their tables, but also created spaces for contemplation and prayer. The physic gardens of the Renaissance, where scholars like himself first began to systematically study the properties of plants and their applications to human health. The pleasure gardens of the wealthy, designed not for practical purposes but for the sheer joy of beauty and the peace it brings to troubled minds. His own garden incorporates elements of all these traditions. It is practical. Many of his plants have direct applications to his medical practice and his research. It is scholarly. He uses it as a living laboratory where he can observe botanical phenomena firsthand, and it is beautiful, designed to nourish the soul as well as advance knowledge. But perhaps most importantly, it is peaceful. In a world that sometimes seems filled with shadow and uncertainty, the garden stands as a testament to growth, renewal, and the enduring power of life to create beauty from simple earth and water and sunlight. Van Helsing opens his eyes and gazes up through the oak tree's branches toward the stars visible beyond its canopy. The constellations wheel slowly overhead, their ancient patterns unchanged despite the passage of centuries. He has studied astronomy as well as botany, understanding that the same natural laws that govern the growth of plants also guide the movement of celestial bodies through the vast darkness of space. There is something profoundly comforting in this knowledge, the understanding that he is part of a universe that operates according to principles of harmony and balance. The same forces that draw his flowers toward the light also hold the planets in their orbits and guide migrating birds along invisible pathways across vast distances. Everything is connected. Everything participates in the great dance of existence. A gentle breeze stirs through the garden, carrying new fragrances and setting the fountain's water dancing with renewed music. Van Helsing breathes deeply, feeling the night air fill his lungs and bring with it a sense of profound contentment. He has spent his life in pursuit of knowledge, traveling to distant places and studying ancient texts, but he has found that some of the most important truths are revealed not through research or analysis, but through quiet moments like this one. The garden teaches patience. Plants cannot be hurried. They grow according to their own timetables, responding to seasons and weather and the deep rhythms that govern all living things. Van Helsing has learned to align himself with these rhythms, to find a pace of life that honors both the urgency of important work and the need for rest and reflection. The garden teaches humility. Despite all his knowledge and experience, Van Helsing remains constantly amazed by the intricate complexity of even the simplest plant. Each flower, each leaf, represents a masterpiece of design that no human mind could fully comprehend or replicate. This awareness keeps him grounded, reminding him that true wisdom begins with acknowledging how much there is yet to learn. The garden teaches faith, not necessarily religious faith, though Van Helsing is a man of deep spiritual convictions, but the faith that comes from watching seeds transform into plants, buds open into flowers, and the endless cycle of growth and renewal that characterizes all healthy ecosystems. This faith sustains him through difficult periods, reminding him that darkness is always followed by light, winter by spring, endings by new beginnings. A shooting star streaks across the portion of sky visible above the oak tree, its brief light reflecting in the fountain's moving water. Van Helsing makes no wish. He has learned that contentment comes not from getting what we want, but from appreciating what we have, and what he has in this moment feels like more than enough. The hedgehog returns, or perhaps it is a different hedgehog. Van Helsing cannot tell in the dim light. It moves along the path with the same unhurried confidence, pausing to investigate different plants this time. Van Helsing watches its progress with gentle amusement, remembering his grandmother's stories about the spirits that were said to inhabit gardens at night. Whether such spirits exist or not, there is certainly something magical about his sanctuary after dark, when ordinary things seem touched with mystery and wonder. His journal lies open beside him, its blank pages waiting for more observations, more sketches, more notes about the countless small miracles that unfold here each day. But the urgency to write has passed, replaced by a deeper desire simply to be present in this place of peace. The journal will be there tomorrow, and the next day, and the day after that. The garden stories are not going anywhere. Van Helsing shifts slightly on his bench, finding a more comfortable position for what he senses will be a long and peaceful vigil. He has no desire to return indoors, not yet. The house, comfortable though it is, seems somehow confining after the open freedom of the garden. Here, under the vast canopy of night sky, he feels more connected to the larger rhythms of existence. The fountain's gentle song continues, joined now by the soft whisper of wind through the oak tree's leaves. These sounds create a natural symphony that seems designed specifically for moments like this, moments of transition between the activity of day and the rest of night, when consciousness begins to soften at the edges and the mind prepares for the deeper renewal that comes with sleep. Van Helsing allows his eyes to drift half-closed, entering a state that is neither fully awake nor asleep, but something in between. In this twilight consciousness, the boundary between himself and the garden seems to dissolve. He becomes aware of the slow circulation of sap in the trees, the gentle breathing of flowers that open and close in response to darkness and light, the patient work of roots extending deeper into the nourishing earth. This sense of connection with the living world around him brings a profound peace that settles into his bones like warmth from a well-tended fire. All the concerns and complexities of his professional life fade away, replaced by the simple truth of being alive in a world filled with beauty and wonder. The night air carries the promise of rest, the fountain whispers of dreams yet to come, and the garden holds him in its gentle embrace like a beloved friend. Time moves differently in this space between day and night, between waking and sleeping. Minutes might be hours, or hours might be minutes. Van Helsing neither knows nor cares. He has entered a realm where measurement becomes irrelevant, where the only important thing is the quiet joy of existing in harmony with the peaceful world around him. The stars wheel slowly overhead, the fountain sings its endless song, and the garden breathes with the gentle rhythm of growing things at rest. In this sanctuary of his own creation, Professor Abraham Van Helsing finds the peace that allows his mind to release its grip on the day's concerns and drift toward the restorative darkness of sleep. His breathing deepens, matching the gentle rhythm of the night breeze through the oak tree's leaves. His heartbeat slows, finding harmony with the fountain's steady music. His thoughts begin to flow like water, moving from one peaceful image to another without urgency or effort. He dreams of his grandmother's garden, where he first learned to love the green and growing world. He dreams of expeditions to distant mountains, where rare plants wait to share their ancient secrets. He dreams of students yet to come, bright minds eager to learn about the healing power of nature. And through all these dreams flows the constant presence of his own garden, his sanctuary, his place of peace. The hedgehog completes another circuit and settles beneath a cluster of protective herbs, apparently ready to rest for the remainder of the night. The bat returns, or perhaps it never left, continuing its gentle patrol of the airspace above the oak tree. A night-blooming flower begins to open, its white petals unfurling slowly in response to the darkness, releasing a fragrance so subtle and beautiful that it seems like the breath of angels. Van Helsing witnesses all of this with the serene awareness of one who has found his perfect place in the world. The garden has given him everything he needs: beauty to nourish his soul, mystery to engage his mind, and peace to restore his spirit. In return, he has given it his care, his attention, and his love. The relationship between gardener and garden is one of the most ancient partnerships known to humanity, and in his small corner of Amsterdam, that partnership continues to flourish. As the night deepens toward its middle hours, Professor Abraham Van Helsing settles more fully into his wooden bench, his body finding perfect comfort in this familiar position. The garden breathes around him, the fountain sings beside him, and the stars shine down upon him from their vast heights. In this moment, all is well with the world. The scholar has found his sanctuary, the garden has found its keeper, and peace reigns supreme in the gentle darkness. His last conscious thought, before sleep finally claims him in his beloved sanctuary, is a simple prayer of gratitude for the garden, for the night, for the countless small miracles that surround us always, waiting only for eyes wise enough to see them and hearts open enough to receive their gifts. In the morning, he will wake refreshed and ready to face whatever challenges await, but for now he rests in perfect peace, cradled by the loving embrace of his garden sanctuary beneath the watchful stars. Dracula's Jonathan Harker in the Whispered Castle Dreams. In the hush of a late evening, as the sun dipped below the jagged peaks of the Carpathian Mountains, Jonathan Harker found himself approaching the grand silhouette of Castle Dracula. He was a young solicitor from England, earnest and thoughtful, with a mind attuned to the details of the world around him. His journey had been long, filled with the rhythmic sway of carriages over winding roads, but now, As the twilight deepened into a velvety blue, a sense of serene anticipation settled over him like a warm cloak. The air was cool and fragrant, carrying the subtle scent of pine needles and distant wildflowers. Jonathan paused at the castle's massive wooden doors, which creaked open with a soft, inviting groan, as if welcoming an old friend. No haste marked his steps. He moved slowly, deliberately, allowing the peaceful atmosphere to envelop him. The stone walls, ancient and weathered, seemed to breathe with a gentle rhythm, their surfaces etched with patterns that danced faintly in the flickering light of torches mounted along the corridors. As he entered the great hall, Jonathan's eyes adjusted to the dim glow. Tall arched windows allowed slivers of moonlight to filter in, casting silvery pools on the flagstone floor. The light was soft, like the touch of a feather, illuminating tapestries that hung quietly on the walls. These woven stories depicted scenes of noble hunts and tranquil feasts, their colors muted by time into soothing shades of crimson and gold. Jonathan felt a calm curiosity stir within him, not the sharp edge of excitement, but a gentle unfolding, like petals opening to the night. He wandered deeper into the castle, his footsteps echoing faintly, a rhythmic lullaby against the stone. The air grew warmer here, infused with the faint aroma of aged wood and polished brass. Jonathan's hand trailed along the banister of a sweeping staircase, its surface smooth from centuries of gentle touches. Up he climbed, each step a measured breath, leading him to a corridor lined with doors that promised quiet mysteries. He chose one at random, or perhaps it chose him, opening with a whisper to reveal a chamber bathed in the soft amber light of a single candle. The room was a haven of tranquility. A large bed dominated the space, its canopy draped in flowing fabrics that billowed slightly in an unseen draught, like sails on a calm sea. Jonathan set down his valise, a simple leather case holding his papers and a few personal items, and allowed himself to sink into an armchair by the window. Outside, the landscape stretched into infinity, a sea of dark forests, under a sky dotted with stars that twinkled like distant, benevolent eyes. The moon, full and luminous, hung low, its light diffusing through the glass in a hazy glow that softened every edge. Jonathan leaned back, his eyelids growing heavy with the weight of the day's travel. But sleep did not claim him yet. Instead, he felt drawn to explore this peaceful domain a little further. Rising with a slow stretch, he ventured back into the hallway, where the castle seemed to hum with a subdued life of its own. Shadows played along the walls, not menacing, but graceful, like dancers in a slow waltz. He passed portraits of long-ago inhabitants, their eyes following him with a kind, watchful gaze, as if sharing in his quiet reverie. Deeper into the castle he went, discovering a library that welcomed him with open shelves. Books lined the walls from floor to ceiling, their spines a mosaic of leather in earthy tones, deep browns, faded reds, and soft greens. The air here was rich with the scent of parchment and ink, a comforting aroma that evoked memories of rainy afternoons spent in study. Jonathan selected a volume at random, its pages whispering as he turned them. The words within spoke of ancient legends, but in his mind they transformed into soothing tales of harmony between man and nature, of rivers that flowed eternally and mountains that stood as silent guardians. He settled into a plush chair by a hearth where embers glowed faintly, casting a warm orange light that flickered like the heartbeat of the castle itself. The fire was low, not crackling with energy but simmering gently, inviting contemplation. Jonathan read for a time, the stories blending into his thoughts, creating a dreamlike tapestry where the boundaries between wakefulness and slumber blurred. Outside, a soft wind sighed through the trees, carrying the distant call of an owl, a melody that was melancholic yet reassuring, a reminder that the night held its own kind of peace. The library's quiet embrace seemed to deepen as he lingered, the shelves themselves appearing to lean inward, offering their wisdom like old friends. Each book, with its worn cover and delicate pages, seemed to hum with stories of forgotten travelers who had found solace within these walls. Jonathan's fingers traced the embossed title of the book in his hands, its letters cool and raised, grounding him in the moment. He closed his eyes for a moment, letting the warmth of the hearth seep into his bones, the faint crackle of the embers, a gentle counterpoint to the stillness. Rising slowly, he returned the book to its place, feeling a quiet gratitude for its companionship. The library door closed behind him with a soft thud, and he wandered further, drawn by an unseen thread toward a conservatory at the castle's eastern wing. The glass walls of the room shimmered faintly, reflecting the moonlight in prismatic glints. Inside, lush ferns and climbing ivy created a living tapestry, their leaves swaying gently as if stirred by a dream. A small fountain bubbled in the center, its waters catching the light in a cascade of liquid silver, each droplet a note in a tranquil melody. Jonathan sat on a cushioned bench, the fabric soft beneath him, and gazed at the plants. Some bore delicate flowers, their petals pale and translucent, glowing faintly under the moon's caress. The air was humid, scented with earth and greenery, a living breath that filled his lungs with calm. He closed his eyes, listening to the fountain's rhythm, letting it wash over him like a tide. Memories of his journey surfaced, not the toil of travel, but the quiet moments, the mist curling over the valleys, the distant toll of a village bell, the soft clop of horses' hooves on cobblestone paths. In this moment, the conservatory felt like a bridge between the castle's stone heart and the wild world beyond. Jonathan imagined the ivy stretching its tendrils out into the night, connecting with the forest, whispering secrets of peace to the trees. He rose and touched a leaf, its surface cool and velvety, and felt a kinship with this place, as if the castle itself recognized his gentle spirit and offered its own in return. His exploration continued, each step unhurried, as he found a narrow staircase spiraling upward. The stone steps were worn smooth, their edges softened by countless footsteps over centuries. The ascent was easy, almost effortless, as if the castle itself lifted him gently toward its heights. At the top, He emerged onto a balcony overlooking the vast expanse of Transylvania. The night air was crisp, carrying the faint tang of resin from the pines below. The horizon stretched endlessly, a canvas of deep indigo, punctuated by the silver gleam of rivers winding through the valleys. Jonathan leaned against the balustrade, the stone cool under his palms, and let his gaze wander. The stars seemed closer here, their light steady and comforting, like lanterns hung for a weary traveller. He thought of his home in England, of quiet evenings by the fire with a book, of letters penned to loved ones under lamplight. Yet here, in this ancient place, those memories felt not distant but woven into the fabric of the night, as if the castle's timelessness embraced all moments of peace he had ever known. The vast, starry sky above the Carpathian mountains felt both immense and intimate, and he imagined the same stars shining down on his friends and family back in London, creating an invisible, comforting link across the miles. The solitude of the moment was not lonely but a peaceful, shared silence. A gentle breeze stirred his hair, carrying with it the faint scent of lavender from some hidden garden below. He closed his eyes, letting the wind wrap around him, its touch as soft as a lullaby. The world seemed to slow, the boundaries of time and space dissolving into a single, eternal moment. Jonathan felt himself sinking deeper into this calm, his thoughts becoming fluid, like the rivers he could see glimmering below. The cool night air on his skin was a gentle reminder of his presence, anchoring him to the present while his mind was free to roam. He felt a profound sense of sanctuary, a quiet knowing that he was safe in this remote, forgotten corner of the world. The anxieties and fears that had shadowed his journey had faded into the background, replaced by a quiet and profound sense of contentment. Returning indoors, he found his way back to the library, drawn once more to its comforting embrace. This time, he chose a different book, one with a cover of deep blue, its pages edged in gold that caught the firelight. The stories within spoke of celestial journeys, of stars that sang to one another across the cosmos. As he read, the words seemed to float from the page, mingling with the air, creating a symphony of whispers that lulled his mind further toward rest. Each sentence was a gentle current, guiding him deeper into a state of relaxed awareness. The ancient smell of paper and leather mingled with the scent of wood smoke from the fireplace, creating an atmosphere of warmth and quiet wisdom. He didn't just read the stories, he absorbed them, the themes of cosmic harmony and eternal peace becoming a part of his own inner world. The chair cradled him, its cushions molding to his form, and the fire's glow painted his eyelids with warmth. He set the book aside, letting it rest open on his lap, and leaned back, his head tilting against the high backrest. The castle's heartbeat seemed to sync with his own, a steady pulse that anchored him in this moment of profound peace. Outside, the night continued its gentle dance, the wind weaving through the trees, the stars keeping their silent vigil. He was aware of the vastness outside the dark forests, the sleeping villages, the winding mountain roads, but he felt no fear. He was an observer, content in his stillness, a small part of a larger, serene universe. He listened to the soft crackle of the fire and the distant sigh of the wind, each sound a testament to the night's quiet magic. As the hours slipped by like grains of sand in an hourglass, Jonathan felt a gentle pull toward rest. He closed the book, its cover smooth under his fingers, and made his way back through the corridors. The castle seemed to guide him, each turn familiar and unhurried. Back in his chamber, he prepared for bed with deliberate care, folding his clothes neatly, extinguishing the candle with a soft puff of breath. The room fell into a deeper quiet, broken only by the faint rustle of linens as he slipped beneath the covers. He was not just preparing for sleep, but for a continuation of this evening's peace. The cool sheets welcomed him, and he sank into the mattress, his body surrendering to its comfort. His last conscious thought was a quiet sense of gratitude for this unexpected gift of tranquility and the simple beauty of a star-filled night. The bed was a cocoon of softness, the mattress yielding to his form like a cloud. Jonathan lay there, gazing at the canopy above, where shadows and moonlight intertwined in a hypnotic pattern. His thoughts drifted, recalling the day's gentle adventures, the carriage ride through mist-shrouded valleys, the first glimpse of the castle's towers piercing the sky, the quiet discoveries within its walls. There was no urgency in these memories, only a serene acceptance, a feeling that all was as it should be in this timeless place. Gradually, his breathing slowed, matching the rhythm of the night outside. The moon's light grew fainter as clouds drifted lazily across the sky, veiling the stars in a soft haze. Jonathan's eyes closed, and in that moment the castle seemed to cradle him, its ancient stones whispering lullabies of forgotten eras. Dreams began to weave their threads around him, visions of endless meadows under eternal twilight, where figures moved in graceful harmony, and the world was a place of infinite calm. Let us linger in this serene world, for Jonathan's night is one that invites us to unwind further. Imagine the subtle details that surrounded him, the way the moonlight filtered through the window panes, creating patterns on the floor that resembled delicate lace. Each thread of light was a pathway to tranquility, guiding the eye and the mind toward repose. Jonathan, with his thoughtful nature, appreciated these small wonders. He was a man who found beauty in the ordinary, solace in the subtle. Earlier that evening, as he had unpacked his valise, he had come across a small journal, its pages blank and waiting. In the soft light he had penned a few lines, not of worry or haste, but of gratitude for the journey's peaceful unfolding. "The mountains stand eternal," he wrote, "and in their shadow I find a quiet strength." Such were his thoughts, simple and profound, reflecting a personality that sought harmony amid the vastness of the world. Now, as he lay in bed, those words echoed faintly in his mind, blending with the castle's ambient whispers. The walls, thick and steadfast, absorbed the sounds of the night, muffling them into a soothing hush. No creaks or groans disturbed the peace. Instead, the structure seemed to settle with a contented sigh, as if joining Jonathan in his rest. Outside, the forest stirred gently, Leaves rustled in a breeze that carried the essence of wild herbs, lavender and thyme, their scents mingling with the earthy aroma of moss-covered stones. Jonathan, in his half-dream state, imagined wandering those woods, not in pursuit of adventure, but in a leisurely stroll where each step sank softly into the undergrowth. The trees, tall and ancient, arched overhead like protective arms, their branches swaying in a slow, hypnotic rhythm. In this dreamlike wander, he encountered a stream, its waters murmuring over smooth pebbles. The sound was a natural lullaby, steady and unvarying, inviting him to pause and listen. He knelt by the bank, the cool mist rising to touch his skin like a gentle caress. Fireflies danced above the surface, their lights twinkling in soft greens and golds, creating a constellation mirrored in the water below. There was no rush to move on. Time stretched infinitely, allowing him to absorb the serenity of the moment. Further along, the path led to a clearing where wild flowers bloomed under the stars. Petals unfurled in the night air, their colors subdued, yet vibrant in the moonlight, pale blues, soft whites, and hints of lavender. Jonathan sat among them, the grass cool and yielding beneath him. The air was filled with the faint hum of nocturnal insects, a chorus that was harmonious rather than intrusive, blending seamlessly with the night's symphony. As his dream self-reclined, the sky above opened wide, stars emerging one by one like jewels on black velvet, constellations he recognized from childhood stories traced their paths, telling tales of quiet wonder. The Milky Way arched overhead, a river of light that seemed to flow with the same gentle current as the stream nearby. Jonathan felt connected to it all, a small but integral part of this vast, peaceful tapestry. Back in the castle, his physical form breathed deeply, each inhale drawing in the calm of the room, each exhale releasing any lingering tension. The pillows cradled his head, feathers soft as down from woodland birds. The blankets, heavy yet comforting, wrapped around him like a loving embrace, warding off the chill of the night without confining. In this state of profound relaxation, Jonathan's mind continued to drift, now to memories of home sunlit gardens in England, where roses bloomed in orderly rows, and afternoons were spent in quiet conversation with friends. But even these recollections were tinted with the castle's influence, becoming dreamier, softer, as if viewed through a veil of mist. The boundaries between past and present, reality and reverie, dissolved into a seamless flow. The clock in the distant hall struck midnight, its chimes mellow and far away, like echoes from another time. Each note lingered in the air, fading gradually into silence, marking not the passage of hours but the deepening of rest. Jonathan stirred slightly, adjusting to a more comfortable position, his body sinking further into the mattress. The plush velvet and fine linen of the bed cradled him, a stark and welcoming contrast to the weary journey that had brought him to this remote corner of the world. He felt an unprecedented sense of security, as if the very stones of the castle were a protective embrace. As the night progressed, the moon climbed higher, its light now a pale wash over the landscape, Clouds parted occasionally, allowing beams to pierce through, illuminating the castle's towers in an ethereal glow. From his bed, Jonathan could sense this shift, even with eyes closed, a subtle brightening that warmed his dreams. The moonlight, rather than being cold, felt like a soothing touch on his consciousness, a quiet benediction from the sky. It was a light that didn't disturb, but instead enhanced the profound stillness of the night. In those dreams, he now found himself in the castle's garden, a hidden enclave he had glimpsed earlier from his window. Vines climbed trellises, their leaves rustling softly, and stone benches invited repose under arbors heavy with blooming night jasmine. The fragrance was intoxicating yet subtle, a perfume that soothed the senses rather than overwhelming them. He sat there, the stone cool beneath him, watching as fireflies ventured from the woods to dance among the flowers. The tiny sparks of light seemed to pulse in time with his breathing, creating a gentle, hypnotic rhythm. This dream garden was a perfect fusion of English order and Carpathian wildness, a place where manicured hedges met ancient, gnarled trees, and the air was filled with a scent that was both familiar and utterly new. He saw his own garden at home, its neat rose beds and paved paths, now seamlessly connected to this enchanted, moonlit space. The two worlds were not separate, but two parts of a single, beautiful whole. A gentle fog rolled in from the valleys, blanketing the ground in a soft white layer that muffled sounds and softened outlines. It was not cold or foreboding, rather, it was like a blanket drawn over the earth, encouraging all to rest. Jonathan walked through it, the mist parting around his legs like water, cool and refreshing. It was a fog that held no secrets or dangers, only a profound sense of peace. The shapes of the ancient yews and the sculpted hedges blurred into soft silhouettes, and the world was reduced to a few feet of visibility, forcing him to slow down and simply be. In this state of limited sight, his other senses were heightened. He could hear the soft drip of dew from a leaf, the distant hoot of an owl, the gentle hum of unseen insects. Deeper in the garden, a fountain bubbled quietly, its waters cascading in a steady rhythmic flow. The sound was meditative, each drop a note in an endless melody. He dipped his fingers in, the liquid smooth and temperate, rippling outward in concentric circles that symbolized the spreading calm within him. The fountain was not an ornate monument, but a simple, elegant sculpture, its stone worn smooth by centuries of flowing water. It was a focal point of tranquility, a place where all sound and sensation seemed to converge and find harmony. The water didn't rush but moved with an unhurried grace, a metaphor for the patient and eternal nature of the castle itself. As the dream unfolded, Jonathan encountered figures from the castle's lore not as apparitions, but as benevolent presences, sharing in the night's tranquility. They moved with grace, their voices soft murmurs that blended with the wind. Conversations were unhurried, touching on themes of eternity and peace, leaving him with a sense of profound contentment. These figures were not ghosts of the past, but guardians of the present, woven from the very fabric of the castle's serene magic. They gave him a sense of belonging, a feeling that he was not just a guest, but a participant in the timeless rhythm of this place. Returning to the castle in his dream, he ascended the stairs once more, each step lighter than the last. The corridors now seemed infused with a golden light, warm and inviting. Doors opened to rooms filled with artifacts of beauty, crystal vases holding eternal blooms, mirrors reflecting infinite calm, and musical instruments that played themselves in hushed tones. The castle was no longer a place of looming shadows, but a sanctuary of quiet artistry, each room a testament to a life lived with a deep appreciation for beauty and peace. He saw paintings that seemed to shimmer with their own inner light, tapestries that told stories of quiet heroism, and books with pages that radiated warmth. But the castle had more to offer, and in his dream, Jonathan found himself drawn to a music room tucked away in a quiet corner. The room was small, intimate, with walls panelled in dark wood that gleamed softly in the candlelight. A harpsichord stood in the centre, its keys ivory and worn, as if inviting his touch. He sat before it, his fingers resting lightly on the keys, and played a simple melody, slow, lilting, each note resonating like a sigh. The music filled the room, wrapping around him like a shawl, its tones blending with the night's quiet. The melody seemed to summon memories, not of grand events, but of small, cherished moments, a walk through a meadow at dusk, the laughter of a friend, the warmth of a letter read by candlelight. Each note carried him deeper into relaxation, the music a bridge to the dream world. He played until his fingers grew heavy, the final chord lingering in the air, a soft echo that faded into silence. The music he played was not a piece he had ever learned, but a melody born of the moment, a spontaneous creation from the deep well of his soul, a perfect expression of the peace he felt. Leaving the music room, Jonathan's dream took him to a rooftop terrace, where the castle's highest point met the open sky. The air was cool, scented with the distant promise of dawn, though the night still held sway. He lay on a cushioned chaise, the fabric soft against his skin, and gazed upward. The stars seemed to pulse gently, their light a rhythmic lullaby. A comet streaked slowly across the sky, its tail a shimmering arc that left no trace of urgency, only wonder. The vast expanse of the cosmos felt less intimidating and more like a comforting presence, a silent testament to the immensity and tranquility of the universe. He closed his eyes, letting the night's embrace deepen. The terrace seemed to sway gently, as if the castle itself rocked him to sleep. Dreams within dreams unfolded, visions of sailing on a tranquil sea, the water lapping softly against the hull, of walking through a field of golden wheat, the stalks whispering as they brushed his hands, of sitting by a fireside with a book, the pages turning themselves as he drifted. Back in the real world of the castle, Jonathan's sleep was unbroken, his face serene in the moonlight. The night watch over him was vigilant yet gentle, the ancient walls standing as silent sentinels. No disturbances came, only the gradual approach of dawn, far off yet allowing hours of undisturbed repose. His breathing was deep and even, a testament to a mind and body finally at rest after so much turmoil. The room, which had once felt foreign, was now a haven, its shadows no longer menacing but merely a part of the night's quiet architecture. Let us imagine the hours that followed the slow turning of the earth, the stars wheeling overhead in their eternal dance. Jonathan's dreams evolved into abstractions of color and sensation, soft blues of twilight skies, warm ambers of candlelight, the gentle pressure of fabrics against skin. Sounds became distant harmonies, the wind's sigh, the forest's rustle, the castle's subtle creaks, all weaving into a symphony of sleep. This was not a sleep of escape, but one of deep immersion, a surrender to the profound and calming influence of his surroundings. As morning neared, though still distant, the air grew imperceptibly lighter, promising a new day of gentle explorations. But for now, in the heart of the night, Jonathan rested deeply, his spirit renewed by the castle's embracing quiet. The castle seemed to hum a final lullaby, its stones resonating with the peace of ages, cradling him as he sank deeper into slumber. The very air seemed to hold him, a soft, invisible blanket of tranquility that would remain long after he woke. And so, dear listener, as Jonathan Harker finds his peace in the arms of Castle Dracula, may you too drift into that same serene slumber. Let the whispers of the night carry you away, where dreams are soft and endless, and rest comes as naturally as the tide. The castle's embrace is yours, its quiet magic a gift to guide you gently into sleep. Dracula, the midnight train to Whitby. The brass pocket watch in Jonathan Harker's waistcoat chimed 11:30 as he stood on the platform at Piccadilly Station, though this particular platform seemed to exist in a space between spaces, where gaslight flickered with an amber glow that never wavered, and the air held the perpetual scent of lavender and old leather. The station itself was a marvel of Victorian whimsy, wrought iron columns twisted into graceful spirals, their surfaces painted in soft sage, green and cream, while overhead a canopy of frosted glass panels filtered the moonlight into pools of gentle silver. Steam curled lazily from the great locomotive that waited at the platform's edge, its body painted in deep midnight blue with gold flourishes that caught the light like captured starfire. The engine bore the nameplate Serenitas in flowing script, and from its smokestack rose not the harsh black smoke of ordinary trains, but wisps of pearl-white vapor that smelled faintly of jasmine and rain-washed earth. "Rather magnificent, isn't it?" came a familiar voice from behind him. Jonathan turned to find Arthur Holmwood approaching, though Arthur looked remarkably different from their last encounter. Gone was the drawn, worried expression of their adventures past. Instead, his face held a peaceful contentment, and he wore a travelling coat of soft charcoal wool over a waistcoat embroidered with tiny silver moons. "Arthur," Jonathan exclaimed with genuine pleasure, "I must confess, I wasn't entirely certain this invitation was real." He withdrew from his pocket a curious card, its edges soft as velvet, bearing elegant script that read, The midnight train to Whitby cordially invites you to an evening of gentle wandering through the dreamlands. Departure when the moon is highest. Arrival when the heart is ready. Oh, it's quite real, Arthur assured him, his eyes twinkling. Though perhaps not in the way we typically understand reality. I've been taking this journey for several months now. Most restorative, I find. As they spoke, other familiar figures began to emerge from the station's warm interior. Mina Harker appeared first, wrapped in a traveling cloak of deep forest green, her hair adorned with small pins that looked like tiny silver leaves. She moved with the same intelligent grace Jonathan remembered, but there was something new about her, a sense of deep peace, as if some burden had finally been set down. "My dear," she said, taking Jonathan's arm with a smile that reached her eyes completely. "How wonderful that you received the invitation too." Behind her came Dr. Van Helsing, though he seemed somehow younger, his beard more silver than white, his step lighter. He wore a coat of warm brown tweed and carried a leather satchel that clinked softly with glass vials, but these, Jonathan sensed, contained not medicines but perhaps bottled moonbeams or crystallized dewdrops. "Midgen Vrenden," Van Helsing called cheerfully. "The night she calls to us for adventure's most peaceful jar. I have brought tea special blend from the mountains where the aurora borealis sleeps during summer." Dr. Seward emerged next, looking more rested than Jonathan had ever seen him, his medical bag replaced with a small valise of butter-soft leather. His usual intensity had been replaced by a gentle curiosity, and he moved with the unhurried pace of someone who had finally learned to simply observe rather than always analyze. "Gentleman, Mina," he nodded warmly. "I must say, these monthly journeys have done wonders for my constitution. Last trip, I spent 3 hours simply watching the reflection of clouds in a lake we passed, most illuminating. Even Quincy Morris had somehow found his way to this ethereal station, his familiar Texan drawl carrying clearly across the platform as he emerged from behind a pillar painted with intricate patterns of twining roses. He tipped his hat, a soft felt affair in warm grey, and grinned with undiminished charm. "Well, I'll be hornswoggled," he said, though his usual energetic manner was tempered with a dreamlike quality. "Never thought I'd be taking the midnight express with all y'all again, but here we are, and looking mighty fine at that." Last to appear was Count Dracula, who stepped from the locomotive with a shadow's grace. He wore a deep plum velvet traveling coat instead of his usual cape. His pale face held weary gentleness, and his canines caught the light like pearl buttons. "My friends," he said, his voice like distant mountains, "welcome aboard the Serenitas. Tonight we journey not to conflict, but to simple observation of beauty." He gestured toward the train, and the whistle sounded a soft, melodious chime. The tender was loaded with bundles of lavender and rosemary. "All aboard," called the conductor, a kindly man named Morpheus. The group moved toward the passenger car, painted midnight blue with silver scrollwork. Arthur was the first to enter. "The interior is quite remarkable," he called back. "It was a traveling drawing room from a wonderful dream." The walls were panelled in warm wood and decorated with paintings of peaceful landscapes, rolling hills under starlight and quiet forests. The seating consisted of comfortable armchairs and sofas upholstered in soft blues, sage greens, and warm creams. Persian rugs covered the floor, and brass reading lamps provided pools of amber light. At one end, a tea service on a mahogany sideboard held a gently steaming silver samovar. A bookshelf nearby held peaceful titles, Meditations on Moonlight and Conversations with Ancient Trees. "Please, make yourselves comfortable," Count Dracula said, entering. Jonathan noticed the Count had a normal shadow and a reflection. "The journey will take hours, but time moves differently aboard the Serenitas. We'll arrive when we need to." Mina and Jonathan settled into chairs. Van Helsing hummed at the tea service, and Dr. Seward pulled out a journal to record beautiful things he noticed. Arthur and Quincy took seats near the opposite window, and the Count took a chair for quiet observation. The train began to move with a smooth, gentle acceleration. The lights of London faded, replaced by moonlit countryside that seemed more verdant and peaceful than any Jonathan remembered. "Where are we going?" Jonathan asked. "To Whitby, of course," the Count replied, his smile holding a gentle sadness. "This is Whitby, in the realm of peaceful reflection, where the abbey ruins are reminders of continuity and the harbour holds the promise of calm." Van Helsing added, "It is a place where the sharp edges of our experiences have been worn smooth by understanding, to find peace with what has been." Mina nodded. "I've been having extraordinary dreams of libraries where every book is warm." "Dreams within dreams," Seward murmured. "I've been dreaming of gardens where every plant grows at the perfect pace." Through the windows, the moonlit landscape flowed by. Jonathan saw hills with glowing sheep and oak trees with deep shadows where other figures seemed to be traveling. "Is that a castle floating among the clouds?" Arthur asked, pointing. Jonathan looked and saw a small, pale stone castle drifting between layers of clouds. "Ah, Castle Ariel," the Count said with fond recognition. "The Duchess of Clouds holds court there, collecting dewdrops that fall upward to weave into scarves for the winter wind." Quincy chuckled. "You'll sure have some interesting neighbors." "All neighbors are interesting," the Count replied, "when you take time to see them. Each journey aboard the Serenitas reveals new wonders." The conversation fell into a comfortable silence. Jonathan drank the calming tea and felt a peaceful drowsiness. When he awoke, the landscape had changed. They were in a vast forest of enormous silver-bark trees with leaves of soft blue and lavender that generated their own light. "The whispering wood," Mina said. "The trees here remember every kind word." A soft, soothing sound reached them, a lullaby sung by the earth itself. "They're singing," Van Helsing said, "always about peace, about rest, about the beauty of simply being." Dr. Seward sketched one of the luminous trees. "It's impossible to capture the color of those leaves," he said. "They exist in a spectrum beyond ordinary perception." "Perhaps," the Count suggested, "some things are meant to be experienced rather than captured. The memory of beauty can be more vivid than any reproduction." Jonathan found this comforting. In his professional life he was always documenting, but here he felt permission to simply observe without needing to preserve or possess. Quincy chuckled. "You'll sure have some interesting neighbors." "All neighbors are interesting," the Count replied. "Each journey aboard the Serenitas reveals new wonders." The group fell into silence. Jonathan drank the calming tea and dozed. When he awoke, the train was in a vast forest of enormous luminous trees with silver bark and blue lavender leaves. "The whispering wood," Mina said. "The trees remember every kind word." A soft, soothing lullaby from the earth reached them. "They're singing," Van Helsing said, "always about peace and the beauty of being." Dr. Seward sketched a tree. "It's impossible to capture the color," he said. "They exist in a spectrum beyond perception. Some things are meant to be experienced, not captured," the Count suggested. "The memory of beauty can be more vivid than any reproduction." Jonathan found this comforting. In his professional life he always documented, but here he felt permission to simply observe. "Look there," Mina pointed across the river to a dock. A boat with aurora borealis sails was moored there, and a figure in color-shifting robes stood in it. "The ferryman of pleasant dreams," the Count explained. "He carries sleepers across the rapids to transform nightmares into gentle adventures." Van Helsing, peering through a telescope, saw the constellations rearranged to spell out words of comfort. The stars formed shapes suggesting peace and rest: a sleeping bear, a swan with protective wings. Dr. Seward continued sketching, realizing that the act of trying to record these wonders is less important than allowing them to change me. "Wise words," Quincy agreed. "Sometimes a man just needs to let beauty wash over him like a warm spring rain." They stood in comfortable silence, watching the starlight rapids. Other peaceful vessels appeared, and once a family of moon bears came to the water's edge, splashing liquid starlight in crystalline arcs. "We should return to our seats," Morpheus said, appearing at the top of the stairs. "We're approaching the gentle hills, and the view will be spectacular." Back in their car, Jonathan felt a deep contentment. The tea service was refreshed, and small cakes glowed faintly as if baked with captured sunbeams. "I feel like I should be more surprised," Jonathan mused, "by the impossible geography and the magical creatures, yet it feels natural." "That is the gift of the Serenitas," the Count replied. "Here, wonder is expected. The heart remembers that magic was always the natural state of things, and that what we called reality was perhaps the true dream." Through the windows they saw rolling hills covered in luminous grass, and groves of trees with trunks of pale gold and leaves of silver. "Those are harmony trees," Mina said. "Each leaf plays a perfect note when touched by the wind." As a gentle breeze stirred the trees, a faint sound of celestial music reached them, clear as silver bells ringing across still water. Arthur, curled up on a sofa, felt a peaceful drowsiness. "I could travel like this forever," he murmured. "No urgent business, just peaceful observation." "Arthur, that is perhaps the greatest luxury," Van Helsing agreed. to have time for wonder and contemplation. Dr. Seward, with an expression of deep contentment, closed his journal. In my waking life I was always analyzing. Here, simply experiencing is enough. The Count nodded. I spent centuries trying to impose my will on the world. The Serenitas taught me the pleasure of finding my place within its natural rhythms. Quincy pulled out a small harmonica. The notes he played harmonized with the harmony trees outside, capturing the essence of starlight and moonbeams. As the music filled the car, Jonathan reflected on their journey. He and his friends, who had once fought the Count, were now traveling together in perfect harmony. All conflict and fear had dissolved into peaceful coexistence. Count, Jonathan asked, what changed? How did we become fellow passengers rather than adversaries? The Count was quiet, his pale fingers tracing his teacup's rim. Time, he said, and the realization that my hunger was loneliness. My strength was fear of vulnerability. The Serenitas first appeared when my castle felt like a prison. He paused, watching the hills. That first journey, I expected conflict. Instead, I found acceptance. Not approval of my past, but acceptance of my capacity to change. Mina briefly touched his hand. We all needed that acceptance, she said. We all needed to discover we could be more than our fears. Indeed, Van Helsing added, it's the lesson the Serenitas teaches. Peace is found through understanding ourselves, not victory over others. The conversation fell silent, filled with the train's gentle rhythm and Quincy's harmonica melody. Jonathan's attention drifted between his companions' peaceful faces and the magical landscape outside. They were passing through a valley filled with flowers that glowed like captured moonlight. The enormous blooms swayed gently, creating waves of silver light across the valley floor. Lunar lilies, Arthur said drowsily. They only bloom on nights when the moon is generous. How do you know that? Jonathan asked. Arthur smiled without opening his eyes. I dreamed it. The distinction seems less important here. Jonathan found that the normal categories of thought, like dream and waking, were blending into something more fluid and restful. Next stop, the sleepy meadows, Morpheus called softly. We'll have a brief pause for anyone who wishes to stretch their legs and gather moonflowers. Jonathan looked out and saw a station built of crystallized dewdrops. The platform glowed with pearl-like luminescence, and beyond it stretched meadows of flowers that seemed to be made of solidified dreams. The train slowed smoothly to a stop. Through the windows, Jonathan saw other passengers disembarking, their clothes shifting between historical periods. All moved with a peaceful, unhurried pace. Shall we? Mina asked. They stepped onto the crystalline platform, feeling the warm, gentle air of the sleepy meadows. The air carried scents of jasmine, lavender, and peaceful sleep. The meadows stretched endlessly, filled with flowers of every hue, all softened as if seen through silk. Some grew in spirals, others in perfect circles around pools that reflected shifting colors. The moonflowers, Van Helsing said, pointing to a patch of white blooms with silver centers, they preserve memories. Pick one, and you will never forget the peace of this night." They wandered separately. Jonathan was drawn to a grove of trees with moon phase flowers that made a sound like whispered conversations of contented sleepers. Mina found a patch of flowers made of crystallized laughter, which tinkled softly, making her smile without knowing why. Arthur sat by a pool, trailing his fingers in water that felt like liquid silk. Dr. Seward sat in a circle of mathematically precise flowers, noting the relationship between beauty and harmony. Quincy had found flowers of captured sunset colors and was playing his harmonica, making them shift hues. The Count stood apart in a grove of deep purple flowers veined with silver light. He carefully selected a single bloom, holding it with an expression of profound peace. Van Helsing was collecting flowers for tea that would bring peaceful dreams. After a timeless period, Morpheus chimed a silver bell. "All aboard for Whitby," he called. "Next stop, the harbor of gentle tides." Back on the train, everyone settled into their seats with contentment. The gathered moonflowers glowed softly and filled the air with their gentle fragrance. The train moved on through increasingly dreamlike landscapes. They passed an upside-down forest with roots reaching for the stars and crossed bridges of moonbeams over rivers of liquid music. "I keep thinking I should be documenting all this," Jonathan said, "but it feels more important to simply experience it." "The best memories are written on the heart," Mina agreed. Dr. Seward looked up from his journal. "I've filled nearly 30 pages, but it all seems inadequate. How do you describe the color of contentment?" "Perhaps," the Count suggested, "the inadequacy of words is part of the experience. Some truths can only be lived." The landscape outside changed again, giving way to gentle hills covered in luminous grass and dotted with small, warmly lit cottages. "We're approaching the outskirts of Whitby," Morpheus announced. "The Dreamlands version, of course. You'll find it much as you remember, but with all the sharp edges softened by understanding and time." Through the windows, Jonathan saw familiar sights transformed. The moors, once threatening, were now peaceful, covered in glowing purple heather. The abbey ruins were graceful, balanced between decay and preservation. "It's beautiful," Mina whispered, "like a memory of Whitby touched by forgiveness." The harbor took Jonathan's breath away. The calm water perfectly reflected the moon. Ships floated at anchor, their sails woven from captured starlight and moonbeams. The train pulled into a station of glowing sandstone with soft gold and silver gas lamps. Flower boxes released their fragrance into the air. "End of the line," Morpheus announced. "We hope you've found what you were seeking." As they prepared to disembark, Jonathan realized he had found what he was seeking: peace with the past, an understanding that conflicts can become friendships, and the deep, restful knowledge that beauty and wonder are the natural state of things, waiting to be appreciated. They stepped onto the platform together, the Count included, and for the first time since Jonathan had known him, the ancient figure seemed not mysterious or threatening, but simply another traveler who had found his way to peace. The air was soft and warm, carrying the scent of the sea mixed with lavender and roses. Above them, the stars seemed closer than usual, as if the sky itself wanted to offer comfort to anyone who looked up. "Well," Arthur said, stretching and looking around at the peaceful station. "What now?" "Now," Van Helsing said with satisfaction, "we find ourselves a nice inn where they serve tea that tastes of starlight, and beds that are made of captured clouds, and we sleep the sleep of those who have nothing left to fear. There's the Crescent Moon Inn." Mina pointed toward a building just visible beyond the station. Its windows glowed with warm golden light, and its sign showed a crescent moon cradling a sleeping star. As they made their way across the platform, Jonathan felt a profound sense of completion, as if some circle that had been left open for years was finally closing. The adventures of their youth, the conflict and fear, the desperate struggles against forces they barely understood, seemed now like stories from someone else's life, or perhaps like dreams from which he was finally waking into something more real and peaceful. The Count walked slightly apart from the group, but not isolated from it, and when Arthur, in a gesture of spontaneous warmth, turned to include him in their conversation about where to find the best tea at this hour, he smiled with genuine pleasure. "In my experience," the Count said, his voice warm, "the finest tea is served to travelers with hearts open to wander. I believe we qualify." They walked through streets that were undeniably Whitby, but transformed. The stones cushioned their steps, and every window glowed with contentment. Shop signs swayed in a breeze carrying distant music, and cats sat on window sills with the deep peace of creatures who had never known fear. At the Crescent Moon Inn, they were greeted by a landlady whose face was familiar. She wore an apron embroidered with silver stars, and her smile held the warmth of hearth fires. "Welcome," she said, her voice like warm honey. "We've been expecting you. Your rooms are ready, and there's tea and fresh-baked moon bread waiting." The common room was everything Jonathan could have hoped for: low-beamed ceiling, a fireplace where flames danced in colors that had no names, comfortable chairs that seemed to mold themselves to each occupant, and windows that looked out onto the harbor, where the moon's reflection turned the water into a sheet of liquid silver. They settled around a large table near the fire, and the landlady brought tea that steamed with fragrant vapor and bread that seemed to glow faintly from within. The tea tasted of peace itself, chamomile and honey, and something that might have been the essence of peaceful sleep. To the Serenitas, Arthur raised his teacup in a toast, and to journeys that transform rather than simply transport. To the Serenitas, they all agreed, including the Count, whose pale features were soft in the firelight. As they sat around the table, sharing the strange, wonderful bread and sipping tea that seemed to contain liquid contentment, Jonathan felt the last tensions of his ordinary life dissolving completely. Here, in this impossible version of Whitby, surrounded by friends and former enemies who had all become fellow travelers, he experienced a peace so complete it seemed to permeate his very bones. Outside the windows, the harbor continued to sparkle under the moon's gentle gaze. Ships with sails of captured starlight moved slowly across the water, their passage so smooth they seemed to float rather than sail. Occasionally, a whale made of living moonlight would surface in the distance, its breach sending cascades of silver droplets into the air that fell like gentle rain back to the sea. "I've been wondering," Dr. Seward said quietly, setting down his teacup, "about the nature of transformation, how we all came to be here, changed from what we were." Van Helsing nodded thoughtfully, his eyes reflecting the firelight. "Is interesting question, Ja? I think perhaps we were always capable of this peace, this friendship, but we needed first to exhaust all other possibilities. Like children who must tire themselves out with running before they can appreciate the pleasure of sitting still," Mina added with a gentle smile. The Count considered this, turning his teacup slowly in his hands. "For centuries, I existed in a state of perpetual hunger for blood, for power, for the conquest of death itself. But hunger, I have learned, is often misdirected longing. What I truly sought was connection, belonging, the simple pleasure of sitting with others and sharing warmth." Quincy had been gazing into the fire, watching the flames dance in their impossible colors. "Back home in Texas," he said slowly, "we have a saying, even the wildest Mustang can learn to appreciate the comfort of the barn, given enough time and gentle handling." "The Serenitas provides both time and gentle handling," Arthur observed. "I've been riding it for what feels like months now, though I suspect time works differently here. Each journey has shown me something new about peace, about the possibility of existence without struggle." The landlady appeared with more tea and what she called dream cakes, small pastries that seemed to shimmer with their own inner light, and tasted of honey and starlight and the essence of contented sighs. "Tell me," Jonathan said to the Count, surprising himself with the directness of the question, "do you miss it, your former existence?" The Count was quiet for so long that Jonathan began to think he wouldn't answer. When he finally spoke, his voice was thoughtful rather than defensive. "I miss the certainty," he said eventually. "The simplicity of believing I knew what I wanted and how to get it. But I do not miss the emptiness that drove me to such certainty, the hunger that could never be satisfied, the loneliness that grew deeper with every attempt to fill it through dominion over others." He gestured toward the window, where the peaceful harbor continued to sparkle. "This is better, this uncertainty, this gentle wandering without clear destination, this companionship freely given rather than taken by force." Dr. Seward had been making notes in his journal again, but now he looked up with interest. "I've been documenting my own transformation," he said, "from someone obsessed with understanding and controlling madness to someone learning to appreciate the gentle irrationality of dreams and wonder." "We are all," Van Helsing said with satisfaction, "becoming who we were always meant to be, before fear and pain and the harsh necessities of the world taught us to be smaller, harder, more defended." The fire crackled softly in the grate, its impossible flames casting warm, shifting patterns on the walls. Outside, a church bell began to chime the hour, though whether it was midnight or 3 in the morning, or some time that existed only in dreams, Jonathan couldn't say, and found he didn't care. "I keep expecting," Mina said softly, "to wake up, to find myself back in London, with this all revealed as an elaborate dream." "But what if," Arthur suggested drowsily, "this is waking up, and what we called reality was the dream?" "Either way," the Count said, and his voice held a contentment Jonathan had never heard in it before. "I am grateful for these moments of peace, for this companionship, for the discovery that transformation is always possible." They sat in comfortable silence for a while, each lost in their own peaceful contemplations. The tea continued to steam in their cups, maintaining its perfect temperature, and the dream cakes seemed to replenish themselves whenever someone reached for another. Eventually, one by one, they began to feel the gentle call of sleep. Arthur was the first to excuse himself, accepting a brass key from the landlady and making his way up a staircase whose banister was carved with images of sleeping flowers and resting animals. Dr. Seward followed soon after, his journal tucked under his arm and an expression of deep peace on his face. "Thank you all," he said simply, "for the gift of this evening." Van Helsing gathered his collection of moonflowers, now arranged in a small bouquet that seemed to pulse gently with captured starlight. "Is the best medicine," he declared, "this peace, this friendship, this wonder. I shall sleep well tonight, and dream of harmony trees and lunar lilies." Quincy stretched and yawned, his harmonica tucked safely in his pocket. "Well, folks, I reckon this old cowboy needs his beauty sleep. Thank y'all for the finest evening I've had in more years than I care to count." That left Jonathan, Mina, and the Count sitting around the dying fire. The silence between them was not awkward but deeply peaceful, the silence of old friends who need not fill every moment with words. "Count," Mina said eventually, her voice soft as the firelight, "I want you to know that I forgive you, completely and without reservation, what happened between us. It led to this understanding, this peace. Perhaps it needed to happen exactly as it did." The Count's eyes filled with something that might have been tears, though they caught the firelight like liquid diamonds. "Your forgiveness is a gift I never thought to receive and do not deserve." "None of us deserve peace," Jonathan said quietly. "We simply receive it, when we finally stop fighting long enough to notice it has been waiting for us all along." The Count nodded slowly. "The Serenitas taught me that redemption is not something we earn through suffering, but something we allow ourselves to receive through acceptance of ourselves, of others, of the possibility that we can always begin again." Eventually, they too made their way to their rooms, accepting brass keys that were warm to the touch, and climbing the staircase lined with paintings of peaceful landscapes and sleeping creatures. Jonathan's room was everything he could have wished for: a comfortable bed with coverlets that seemed to be woven from captured twilight, a window that looked out over the peaceful harbour, and a small fireplace where flames danced in shades of gold and silver. On the bedside table sat a single moonflower in a vase of crystallized morning dew, its glow providing just enough light to see but not enough to prevent sleep. As he prepared for rest, removing his traveling clothes and donning a nightshirt that had somehow appeared on the bed, Jonathan reflected on the extraordinary nature of the evening. He had journeyed on a train that existed between dreams and waking, through landscapes that defied all logic, in the company of friends and a former enemy who had somehow become something approaching a friend. The bed was incredibly comfortable, its mattress seeming to cradle him with the gentle firmness of being held by someone who cared deeply for his well-being. The coverlets were exactly the right weight and temperature, and the pillow supported his head with perfect softness. Through his window he could see the harbor sparkling under the moon, and occasionally a ship would pass, its sails billowing with winds that carried the essence of peaceful dreams. The sound of gentle waves reached him through the glass, not the harsh crash of storm-driven surf, but the soft whisper of water that had forgotten how to be anything but calm. As sleep began to claim him, Jonathan found himself thinking about the Count's words regarding transformation and redemption. Perhaps, he thought drowsily, the most profound journeys were not those that took you to new places, but those that allowed you to see familiar places and familiar people, including yourself, with new eyes. The moonflower on his bedside table pulsed gently with its captured light, and in that rhythm Jonathan heard an echo of the train's wheels on the tracks, carrying them all toward peace, toward understanding, toward the kind of rest that refreshes not just the body, but the soul itself. In the rooms around him, he knew his companions were settling into similar peace. Mina, perhaps dreaming of libraries where every book offered exactly the wisdom she needed. Arthur, possibly wandering through dream gardens where every flower bloomed in perfect timing. Dr. Seward, maybe finding himself in a place where observation and wonder were more valuable than analysis and control. Van Helsing would be dreaming, no doubt, of mountain meadows where he gathered healing herbs that could cure not just illness but loneliness, fear, and the accumulated weariness of too many battles fought. Quincy might be dreaming of wide plains under star-filled skies, where the wind carried not the dust of conflict, but the scent of wildflowers and the promise of peaceful dawns. And the Count, Jonathan found himself hoping that the Count would dream of companionship freely given, of acceptance without conditions, of the discovery that centuries of loneliness could be healed in a single evening of genuine friendship. As sleep finally claimed him completely, Jonathan's last conscious thought was of gratitude for the invitation to journey on the Serenitas, for the transformation of enemies into friends, for the discovery that peace was not something to be achieved through struggle, but something to be received through the simple act of opening one's heart to wonder. The moonflower's gentle glow continued through the night, pulsing in rhythm with the peaceful breathing of the sleeping travelers, keeping watch over their dreams and ensuring that rest, when it came, would be complete and restorative. In the harbor below, the gentle tides continued their eternal rhythm, carrying away all the sharp fragments of old conflicts and bringing in, with each soft wave, a little more peace, a little more understanding, a little more of the deep, abiding calm that makes all healing possible. The moon smiled down on Whitby of dreams, where former enemies shared tea and moonflowers, where trains carried passengers not to destinations but to transformation, and where the only scheduled departure was from old hurts into new understanding. And in the morning, though morning would come only when each sleeper was ready for it to come, they would wake refreshed and peaceful, carrying within their hearts the memory of a journey that proved redemption was always possible. Friendship could bloom in the most unexpected soil, and that sometimes the most profound adventures were the ones that led not to conquest but to rest. The Serenitas waited at the platform, its midnight blue paint gleaming softly in the starlight, ready to carry new passengers on their own journeys toward peace, toward wonder, toward the kind of sleep that heals everything it touches.